Chapter 11:19. Their luck was good. Not long after they joined the Black Cavalry, they encountered a bloody battle with 20,000 enemies. They couldn't help but feel excited. These Longwei soldiers, who were originally grassroots officers, never knew what fear was. The morale of the soldiers was high. When they were gathered together, all the Black Cavalry soldiers had the will of the Grim Reaper in their eyes. Especially when Yang Qindong appeared in front of them on the back of the white dragon, wearing a golden cloak, each and every one of them anxiously puffed out their chests, striving to show their best side. Very good, I've seen your high-spirited side. I also believe that it won't be long before some of you return to the army and take charge of it. I believe that at that time, everything you've experienced here will be unforgettable for the rest of your lives. Now, it's time for me to bring you guys to create a miracle. Are you guys confident? Yang Qindong said with satisfaction when he saw the fighting spirit of the warriors that was about to burst out of their bodies. Be ready at all times. Let's go. Yang Qindong took the lead, and the four of them walked straight to the north gate of Qing in Beijing. In the direction of Danbo County, a 20,000-man army was rushing towards Qing in Beijing. The leader was impressively Maori regularization, who was wearing a full suit of armor. At this time, his eyes were slightly anxious, and his eyes were a little bloodshot. This was the result of rushing through the night. Ever since he received the news that the Supreme General was seriously injured and in a coma, Maori regularization seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Towards this person who was her life's benefactor, the two of them had more of a snuggling relationship. It could be said that if one of them was successful, the whole would be successful. If one of them was defeated, the whole would be defeated. If something happened to Ashikaga Yoshimasa, as his trusted aide, it would be difficult for him to have a foothold in the entire Japanese Empire. He was more anxious than anyone else, and after a little hesitation, he made the decision to attack Qing and Beijing. In his opinion, once Qing and Beijing was captured, it would be tantamount to disrupting the Five-Star Army's formation, creating enough time for the great general to sober up and resume his command. This way, there was still hope for the overall situation to be salvaged. Only then would he be able to walk towards glory again. Full of ambition, Maori regularization appeared. He, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to stop moving forward. Then, he tilted his head to listen to something. Thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump, the sound of hooves landing on the ground was endless, powerful and orderly. It's cavalry. The experienced Maori regularization immediately voiced out his judgment. After he shouted, two groups of Japanese army soldiers came out from behind him. One of them held an iron shield, while the other held a strong bow. This was a well-trained army, and it was also what the Maori regularization relied on to conquer the world over the years. It was unknown how many times they had turned defeat into victory and how many contributions they had made. But now, they had finally met their match. The shield-bearers were in front, while the archers were behind, forming a human wall. Just as all of this was done, rows of black armored cavalry appeared in his line of sight. The cavalry only revealed their noses and eyes. From afar, they gave off a gloomy and cold murderous aura. The bright red 5-star flag fluttered in the wind. It was so eye-catching that the Maori regularization couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes. He had already expected it to be the 5-star army cavalry, but the appearance of the enemy still gave him a fright. With his many years of combat experience, he had a feeling that although the cavalry wasn't large in number, their combat strength wouldn't be too weak. Looking around, the originally nervous Maori regularization couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't for anything else, but because he realized that the cavalry wasn't large in number. There were only about 1,000 of them, which gave him a sense of relief. So what if the 5-star army was powerful? So what if the cavalry was good at fighting? In the end, there were only 1,000 of them. 20,000 against 1,000, he was still full of confidence. Archers, prepare to attack from afar. Spearmen, prepare to engage the enemy in close combat. Shield-bearers, support each other. As long as we can block their first wave of attack, victory will be ours. Maori regularization shouted loudly to reassure the soldiers. This was a normal tactic used to deal with cavalry. The other side only had 1,000 people. In Maori regularization's view, it wouldn't be difficult to stop them. If you don't understand your opponent, you will never know how powerful they are. The next scene showed the importance of knowing your enemy. Just when the Japanese army had finished their defense and looked down on the 1,000 cavalry in front of them, the black cavalry made their move. When they were 300 meters away, the first guard captain, Chio V, who was at the front, took out a Type 95 pistol from his back. He then opened the safety and loaded the gun. All of this was done in an instant. The 400 soldiers beside him were doing the same thing. They didn't know how many times they had trained like this. For some people, it was already integrated into their lives. They could do it even with their eyes closed. The 400 Type 95 pistols were ready to fire. With the first gunshot from Cho Wu's hand, they started to sweep the area and start the massacre mode. Shooting while on a horse, due to the unstable state of the body and the recoil of the gun, it would often cause the muzzle to deviate. Then, it would cause the bullets to run out. All of these could be made up for through continuous training. Not to mention, the Japanese army on the other side had already gathered together. As long as the general direction was not wrong, one shot could always hurt some people. Under the next 100 spears, this result was fully confirmed. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Under the sound of gunfire, bullets whizzed out and flew horizontally, landing in the camp of the opposite Japanese army. The defenseless Japanese soldiers fell one by one, and blood splattered one after another. The more bullets flew out, the more concentrated the gunfire became. This meant that more and more Japanese army soldiers were killed. Due to the density of the bullets, the Japanese army's battle formation first had individual soldiers fall to the ground after being hit. Then, like a contagious disease, a large area began to collapse. This was especially true for the Japanese army, who had exposed themselves and were ready to attack with bows and arrows. They became living targets and became the first targets to bear the brunt of the firepower. Gunshots came one after another. In the short distance of 300 meters, the black cavalry soldiers changed at least one magazine, and at most 2 magazines. Bullets flew out like a dense rain, and the enemy's front door was wide open. The archers and lancers were in a mess. 2nd Battalion, move out with me. Dao Xiao, who had been waiting for an opportunity at the side, saw that the opportunity had arrived. He shouted and increased his pace as he charged forward. The reason why cavalry was so terrifying was because of their speed and power. When a man borrowed the power of a horse, he could easily unleash a strength that was several times greater than his own. This allowed him to be invincible. When a man borrowed the power of a horse, he could easily open up a path where there was no one. He could also kill the infantrymen like they were weeds. When the black cavalry unleashed these two advantages to the extreme, the Japanese army's infantrymen would collapse and fall into chaos. Compared to Chio V's 1st Battalion, Dao Xiao's 2nd Battalion was more focused on attacking with momentum. Perhaps in terms of lethality, the cavalry sword was not as good as the 95 style. However, in terms of deterrence, the latter was much stronger. When the 400 black cavalry suddenly appeared in front of them, their warhorses leaped onto the heads of the shield-wielding Japanese army. Their swords flashed and landed on the heads of the shield-wielding Japanese army soldiers. As the swords flashed, the heads of the soldiers, who still had their eyes wide open, flew into the air. When the warhorses' hooves landed on the ground, the heads that had been separated from their bodies slowly fell to the ground. The smell of blood filled the air. Kill! Seeing that the 1st and 2nd Battalions had succeeded, Yang Qindong, who was wearing a golden cape, shouted. He led the remaining 200 black cavalry as the last remaining force and charged forward. At the same time, they were also the last straw that broke the camel's back. The sound of gunfire was still ringing out, but the swords had already arrived in front of them. At the same time, the black cavalry continued to approach them with their 7-star crossbows. They attacked again and again, catching the Japanese army off guard. They caught the Japanese army off guard and made the Japanese army dizzy. The 2,000 Japanese army in front of them quickly became stepping stones. They became the first batch of sacrifices on the battlefield. When they were all dead or had lost the ability to resist, more and more 5-star army soldiers came to the front of the formation. They were like torrential waves that constantly slammed against the weak sea wall. Waving the 4-foot-long sword that was larger than the ordinary cavalry sword, Yang Qindong rode on the white dragon as if he was in an unstoppable state. Every time he waved his arm and chopped down, there would be a large head flying into the sky. Every time the sharp cavalry sword fell and was raised, there would be streaks of blood flying everywhere on the battlefield. Under the leadership of Yang Qindong, with him as an example, the other black cavalry relied on their impenetrable armor to kill the enemy. They didn't care about defense at all. At this moment, their powerful lethality was displayed incisively and vividly. Finally, under the continuous slamming, the sea wall began to show signs of collapsing. When the moment came, the 20,000 Japanese army was shocked by the power of the black cavalry. Some of them began to turn around and run out of fear. No one didn't cherish their life. After all, it was only once. Under the premise of not having faith, high positions and generous salaries were just flowers in the water. They couldn't be touched or touched. How could they be more important than their own lives? Come back, come back. When he saw more and more soldiers turn around and run away, the front line began to weaken, and then became a defeated army without any fighting power. Maori regularization shouted from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, although his voice was loud, it wasn't enough to call back the people's hearts. At this moment, the general's shout was just a catalyst that increased the speed of the soldiers' escape. It was as if everyone was afraid of being caught by the general and killed for the crime of desertion. All they did was run faster. Chapter 11:20. In the blink of an eye, not even half of the 20,000 soldiers were left. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they were too slow to escape, or they were entangled by the black cavalry and couldn't escape. Among them was the commander, Maori regularization. Maori regularization was a smart man. Many years of experience on the battlefield made him know when to advance and when to retreat. When he saw how brave and sharp the 5-star army was, he shouted a few times, but he still couldn't save the situation, so he made the decision to retreat. However, those few shouts had exposed his identity, and he was already being targeted. The one who targeted him was Beta Persei, the Yang family's servant, who had followed Yang Qindong for the longest time and always wanted to make contributions to the war. Protect the young master. Yang heir, who had locked onto his target, said to Badeo Jiang and Pengyu. Then, he turned his horse around and headed straight for Maori Musashi's direction. At this moment, Maori regularization just turned around and left. Originally, as the commander, he was riding a horse, but at this moment, in order not to be noticed, he had already dismounted. Under the protection of his soldiers, he blended into the crowd of defeated soldiers and retreated. "Old boy, where are you going? I'm going to kill you." Seeing that Maori regularization was about to escape, Beta Persei didn't want to let him go. His naturally loud voice was not inferior to Zhang Yida's voice on the Dangyang Bridge. After this roar, many of the Japanese army in front of him were frightened. This kind of momentum made many Japanese army directly throw down their weapons and kneel on the ground. Although there was only one black cavalry in front of them, many people still gave up the idea of resisting. "Get out of my way." Beta Persei, who didn't put those small fries in his eyes at all, roared again. Then, he spurred his horse forward and jumped several times. Once, he even rushed over the head of a kneeling Japanese army soldier. The soldier was so scared that he closed his eyes and fainted on the ground. No one dared to stop the imposing Beta Persei, and no one would stop him. He smoothly arrived at a distance of 20 meters from Maori regularization. At this moment, the commander of the Japanese Empire also saw Beta Persei chasing after him. When he saw that Beta Persei's eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, he knew that it would be difficult for him to leave without killing this person. Maori regularization looked around and saw that there were no other black cavalry. He then looked at the 20 guards around him. A cruel sneer appeared in his eyes. Don't be afraid. He's alone. Everyone, let's kill him together. Guards were supposed to protect the general, and they could die for the general at critical moments. Now that the order was given, more than 20 people surrounded him without saying a word. Beta Persei was not afraid of more than 20 people by himself. Not only that, but he also let out a hearty laugh under the dark mask. Good, good, come on, let me kill to my heart's content, ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, Beta Persei moved. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed out and landed on a nearby Japanese army guard, colliding with the saber that was about to be raised. They were both using sabers, but one side's strength was too great. When the two sides collided, the direct impact was that the saber was shattered. Then, Beta Persei's saber fell directly on the guard's chest, revealing a huge wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. With a slight force, the saber was pulled back, and Beta Persei continued to slash. At this moment, the sweat on the training ground was not in vain. During the training, he slashed 1,000 times a day, so every time he swung the saber, it was out of instinct. And every time he swung the saber, it would often bring about a spray of blood. At this moment, Beta Persei transformed into a god of death. Wherever he passed, there were corpses everywhere. This scene also scared the Maori regularization. Seeing that the number of soldiers around him was getting fewer and fewer, and there were less than 5 of them, he disappointedly turned around and fled again. Where do you think you're going? Seeing that the target he had painstakingly locked onto was about to escape, Beta Persei was not willing to give up and wanted to give chase. But the 5 guards surrounded him, and it seemed that they were going to risk their lives to stop him here. Ah! The shouting Beta Persei was angry. With a loud roar, he suddenly jumped off his horse, rolled on the ground, raised his saber, and cut off the legs of a guard, causing him to fall to the ground with a wail. Beta Persei, who had dismounted, was more agile. His saber was always slashing at a very tricky angle, which was not proportional to his tall figure. It was hard to believe that this was done by this person. Others could not believe it, and it gave Beta Persei a surprise advantage. In just a few seconds, the other 4 guards were all dead. At this moment, because Beta Persei had killed too many people, his black armor had long been dyed blood red. Jumping on his horse, Beta Persei once again chased after Maori regularization, who had run 100 meters away. Taking advantage of the time on his horse, he constantly adjusted his breathing to kill his final target in the most perfect state. To be able to follow by Yang Qindong's side, he had naturally learned many things. In addition, his own strength was already not bad. If he were to meet Maori Masanori head-on, he had 100% confidence that he would be able to take him down. He would not even need 3 moves. Strong people have confidence, but there are many things that you can't do well just because you are strong. If that's the case, then wouldn't the world always be dominated by the strong, and the weak have no way out? Just like now, although Beta Persei had enough confidence, Maori regularization was not to be trifled with. He had been a general for so many years, and he had always been valued by the Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa, so he was always in the center of power, so he had never been short of money, and there was indeed a group of loyal soldiers around him. Just like just now, the 5 people's fierce resistance was enough to explain everything. And just after Beta Persei killed 5 people, before he could catch his breath, nearly 10 more Japanese army soldiers rushed from a distance and surrounded him. All of them were prepared to die, in order to create an opportunity for their General Maori regularization to escape. People say that even Qin Hui has 3 good friends, and it's true. After all, the Japanese army had the advantage in strength, and even if the Longwei soldiers were brave, it was impossible to kill all the Japanese soldiers in a short time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Maori regularization finally escaped, but of course, he paid a high price. More than half of the soldiers who had followed him through life and death for many years died in this battle. Beta Persei, who was angry enough to kill all the Japanese army soldiers in front of him, cursed loudly, calling them cowards. His curses spread far and wide. With 1,000 against 20,000, the dragon guards once again showed everyone how powerful they were. Even though they had lost 200 to 300 people in this battle, their reputation was still their reputation. The dragon guards could not be blasphemed or offended. The Japanese soldiers fled, died, and surrendered. When the overall situation was settled, the other comrades who stayed in Qing and Beijing rushed out and took over the task of cleaning up the battlefield. When Yang Qindong saw that the overall situation was settled, he began to record the number of casualties. After learning that more than 200 people died and more than 100 were injured, he couldn't help but sigh. Although most of the casualties joined long way later, it was undeniable that no one who could enter this big family was simple. The loss this time was so heavy that it made him feel a little heartache. It seemed that Yang Qindong's mood was a little bad. Beta Persei, who was covered in blood, took the initiative to cheer him up. "Young master, don't worry, we will remember this hatred. It won't be long before we kill Maori regularization and avenge our brothers." "Yes, this hatred must be avenged." Yang Qindong nodded with a serious face, and his eyes fell on the distance. In this battle, they defeated the Japanese army and ate half of their main force. Then, it was only a matter of time before they conquered the Japanese Empire. Shaojing City. In the temporary city lord's mansion, a somewhat thin man was standing in front of a large military map at the moment. As the army commander of the new Second Army, Shaojing City and Jingzhou City had not stopped for a moment since they occupied the two cities. First, they rebuilt the city and stabilized the people, then promoted commercial development and opened factories in order to achieve the goal of rapid economic prosperity. Then, they gathered the morale of the army and prepared to send troops to the west. With the first city as a precedent, Shaojing adopted the same strategy. First, they stabilized the foundation, then accumulated strength, and finally, they attacked the outside world. The idea was good, but changes came with it. Yang Qindong's sudden attack on the Japanese Empire caused Baiming's dissatisfaction and even a crisis. The direct result was that the pressure on the new Second Army, which was very close to Baiming, increased. It wasn't until Baiming's Liaodong cavalry came out and reached an agreement with Nanming and Yeshen that the new Second Army couldn't even keep their current territory, let alone expand outward. The city had been besieged and cut off from the outside world for more than 20 days. The situation in the city was getting worse day by day. As the situation became more and more serious, Shaojing's thoughts became heavier and heavier, and the pressure became greater and greater. Just as he was standing in front of the map with a frown, the guard outside the door suddenly reported that the infantry division commander, Su Yuan, wanted to see him. Su Yuan was originally one of Shaojing's infantry generals. He had been following him since Talu City was broken. Although his ability was average, after the establishment of the new Second Army, Shaojing still helped him to get the position of a division commander. He could be considered as an absolute confidant. Hearing that Su Yuan came to see him, Shaojing nodded and said to the guard in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Please." Su Yuan came. He was tall and had a tiger's light in his eyes. His cheekbones were somewhat wide, and he had a standard Mongolian face. When he entered the hall, a rumbling voice came from his mouth, "Military commander, I heard that you haven't eaten for a day. This won't do." "Ha!" Hearing his subordinate's words of concern, Shaojing gently turned his head and forced a smile on his face. Then, he said in a similarly concerned tone, "Mr. Su, you also have to eat on time. Look at you, you've lost weight again." Chapter 11:21. Sigh, isn't this an old problem? When we were guarding Talu City, which one of our brothers didn't experience the feeling of being hungry? From then on, we couldn't seem to gain weight. Ha! Su Yuan said with a laugh. After saying that, he withdrew the smile on his face and looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Su Yuan's words brought back memories of the past. She seemed to have returned to the past when she didn't have enough to eat and didn't have enough to wear clothes. Her expression revealed an unnatural sense of guilt. After all, he was a general in the army. He was responsible for the fact that his brothers didn't have enough to eat. The room also became silent for a while because of this topic. It wasn't until 5 or 6 breaths later that she recovered her composure and asked, "Mr. Su, are you here for something? Did something happen to the Ming army outside the city?" "No, it's not that." Su Yuan answered very quickly, but he did stutter a little. For some reason, his neck was flushed red. This scene fell into Shi Bi's eyes, and it made him very curious. He knew his subordinate very well. Although his ability was average, he had a straightforward personality. He wouldn't frown even if a knife was on his neck. What could be so difficult for him? With curiosity, Shi Bi asked, "Mr. Su, did something happen?" Yes. Su Yuan, who didn't seem to know how to answer, simply admitted it directly. "Oh. What's the matter?" Seeing that Su Yuan had admitted to it, Shi Bi became even more curious. He wanted to know what had happened to make Su Yuan, who had always been straightforward, act so bashfully. In the face of Shi Bi's question, Su Yuan didn't immediately answer. Instead, he took a deep breath, then stared at Shi Bi and said, "General, now our new second armies Shaojing City and Jingzhou City are surrounded by Baiming, but I don't know if Bugnam of Gojoseon has any brilliant plan to help us out?" When he heard this, Shi Bi shook his head and said, "I haven't received any new instructions from the 6th young master. I'm afraid we have to continue to wait." "Wait?" Hearing this answer, Su Yuan seemed to become a little excited at this moment. He said loudly, "General, the siege has been going on for more than 20 days. Not to mention whether Baiming's army will suddenly attack the city, the brothers in the city are already panicking. If this continues, I'm afraid..." Without waiting for Su Yuan to finish his words, Shi Bi asked calmly, "Wait, what did you say happened to the brothers in the city?" "Ah. This." Su Yuan seemed to be in a difficult position. His eyes revealed a complicated expression, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said with a very firm tone, "General, I won't hide it from you. Some of the brothers in the city can't take it anymore and have already started to think of other methods." "Other methods? What methods? Don't tell me they are surrendering to Baiming?" To be chosen by Yang Qindong, Shi Bi was very smart. He immediately thought of something. Su Yuan, who was still thinking of an excuse to talk about this matter, let out a long sigh of relief. There were some things that one was afraid of not saying out loud, so one had to be coy for a while. But once it was said out loud, nothing else mattered. At that moment, he straightened his face and said, "Yes, military commander is right, but it's not a surrender. Using Wu Nan Wang's words, it's a battlefield uprising." "Battlefield uprising? Are you the leader?" Seeing how confident Su Yuan was when he said this, Shi Bi understood that his trusted subordinate was in Cao Cao's camp, but his heart was in Cao Cao's camp. "No, General is the leader." To Shi Bi's surprise, Su Yuan answered like this. For a moment, Shi Bi was stunned. Then, he shook his head seriously and said, "I've never said anything about a battlefield uprising, and I've never lowered my head to Baiming. But I don't know where Mr. Su heard this fake news from." "General, this is not fake news. Your subordinate is the one who made the decision for you. Of course, this is not my idea. It's the idea of some of my old brothers." It seemed like he had prepared his speech beforehand. When he said this, Su Yuan was very straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall once again became silent. Hearing the words, "old brothers," Shi's expression became inexplicably shocked. But at the same time, he thought of many things. He thought of the materials sent by the military inspectorate 2 days ago. It said that after the Baiming army besieged the city, Shaojing City, which had just been restored to order, once again became chaotic. After the investigation by the inspectorate, the final target was the general's old brothers. They were the Mongolian veterans who had guarded Talis City together. It was because the matter involved these old veterans that the inspectorate did not make the decision to arrest them. Instead, they reported it to the general and asked him to make a decision. For the sake of their friendship as old brothers, for the first time, Bear Heart used public resources for personal gain to suppress the matter. Originally, he wanted to wait until the situation was less tense before he talked to his old brothers. But he didn't expect that they would take the initiative to look for him first. Naturally, the shock in his heart wasn't small, but he still couldn't understand why when they were defending Tala City, they didn't even have food to eat, but they still held on. Now that they hadn't reached that point, why were they thinking of surrendering? Confused, he looked at Su Yuan and asked, "Why?" "General, our brothers are really afraid of living a hard life again. In the past few years, everyone's life has become better. They have found wives, and some have even married several. Now, we are not alone like before. Everyone has too many scruples." When he answered this question, Su Yuan's eyes were a bit red. It seemed that he was not very willing. Shibi did not look at Su Yuan. Instead, he kept muttering, "Life is better, so we can't suffer anymore, right? Ha, it is really easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality." People were often like this. When they had nothing, they would go all out. Even if there was only a 1% chance, they would still dare to fight. On the other hand, when they had everything, they would not dare to take risks. Even if there was a 70% to 80% chance of success, they would still think twice. This was the case. His old brothers, who did not know what death was, were afraid of death. This was something that Shibi did not expect. Shibi lowered his head and pondered. His eyes were a bit red. He was really sad and disappointed. He did not expect that when he was in danger, the first to act was not someone else, but his most trusted old brothers. It was really difficult to judge a person's heart from his face. However, after a moment of silence, Shibi raised his head. When he looked at Su Yuan again, his expression was a lot more serious. "Old brothers, is this what you all mean? Have you thought about whether Baiming will accept your surrender? What's the benefit of doing so?" "General, the Baiming army said that as long as we surrender, everything will be fine. It is not impossible for our brothers to be promoted." Su Yuan quickly gave an answer to this question. It was precisely this answer that caused a glint of surprise to flash across Shibao's face. He finally understood that Su Yuan had not come here casually. Instead, he already had a plan. Rather than saying that he wanted to discuss with him, it was more accurate to say that he had come to inform him. Then there was another problem. How did they know the Baiming army's attitude towards him? With this confusion, Shibi asked, "Mr. Su, how did you know about this?" "I remember that the city gate has been closed for more than 20 days. Logically speaking, we should not be able to get in touch with the outside world. My old brothers deliberately let us go when they were guarding the city gate. Oh, by the way, there is a Baiming merchant in the city called Rong Shao. General, you should remember him. He is the middleman between us and Baiming." As if he knew that it was wrong for him to not follow military discipline, Su Yuan only said this sentence once and emphasized Rong Shao. Rong Shao. Hearing this name, Shibi nodded. "I know this person. Since the new Second Army occupied Shajing City, many Baiming merchants appeared here. Among them, Rong Shao was the most famous one. It was because his business was very big and he was very rich. It was said that he had a lot of connections in the Baiming army. Now it seemed that he was clearly a spy sent by them." Hearing that Shibi knew who Rong Shao was, Su Yuan immediately said, "Yes, that's him. He was the first one who privately told his subordinates about the Baiming army's attitude towards us." "What's your attitude? The 6th young master treated you well. Now that you are a division chief, are you still not satisfied?" Shibi said this with a somewhat angry and even a little harsh tone when it came to the issue of attitude. When talking about this matter, Su Yuan obviously became more confident. "Yes, I'm a division commander now, but this division commander position was only obtained through a request from a military commander. The new Second Army has 4 divisions in total. 3 of them are cavalry divisions. We are the only infantry division. Does this count as attaching importance to us?" Ha, ha. Hearing this answer, Shibi suddenly laughed a few times. At the same time, she asked, Su Yuan, oh Su Yuan, it seems that you are still blaming the sixth young master for not being a cavalry division chief. Of course I blame him. We are a strong army galloping on the grasslands. Here, only cavalry can display its advantage. What's the matter with an infantry division? Does this count as attaching importance to us? When talking about this matter, Su Yuan's face was full of anger. Su Yuan was venting the anger in his heart. How could she not feel heartache? When the new Second Army was first established, he took the initiative to ask Yang Qindong to send a few fierce generals to him. Otherwise, he was really worried about the army's fighting strength. Because of this, Yang Qindong immediately agreed. The 3 cavalry division chiefs were all personally arranged by him, and they were all brave and resourceful people. As for the reason why Su Yuan was assigned to be the infantry division commander, it was actually because of his own selfishness. After all, there weren't many of his old brothers left. Relatively speaking, the infantry division was safer, which was why he made these arrangements. Chapter 11:22. He had never thought that his kindness would lead to such an outcome. At this moment, Shibai did not know what to say. He even had an impulse to tell the truth. However, he knew that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. When a person had made up his mind to do something, it was not something that could be changed with just 1 or 2 words. More importantly, no matter what, Su Yuan had betrayed the 6th young master by saying these words. Such a person's loyalty was no longer there. Even if he was kept, he would not be of much use. He felt sad for Su Yuan's future, but Shibai did not show it on his face. He was thinking about another problem, and that was whether he could use this matter to do something. He had been thinking of a way in front of the map, and now the opportunity had appeared. Mr. Su, this is a serious matter. I need to think about it. Also, I want to see Rong Xiao. There are some things that you can't say. I want to hear him talk about it face to face. The things that happened in Shaojing City were still known to a small number of people. However, Yang Qindong was among this small number of people. 2 telegrams were sent to him one after another, and they both talked about this matter. The difference was that one was to complain, and the other was to propose a solution. The one who complained was the CIA of the Intelligence Department. This Intelligence Department was started by the 7th Madam, Su Munair. After continuous development, it had already begun to develop into both the military and the political. Just like the old brothers that Su Yuan mentioned, some of them married women who were peripheral members of the CIA. Most of these people came from poor backgrounds, and some even had a terrible past. They were rescued by the CIA, trained, and sent to different places. Their identities were quite confidential, and they had no contact with each other. It was considered top secret. When these old buddies began to take action and often gathered together to discuss things, some of their actions were already in the sights of the CIA. However, these people did not care at all. With pillow talk from the wives, these people's secrets were quickly learned. Then, layer by layer, they were finally reported to Yang Qindong. The other telegram was from Sherbet himself. Inside, he explained in detail what had happened and added his own opinions at the end. The gist of it was that they were faking their surrender in exchange for more time. When the 2 telegrams were delivered to Yang Qindong, he was in the middle of making arrangements to march to the northern part of the Japanese Empire. The 2 telegrams flashed through Yang Qindong's mind. Yang Qindong put them aside and continued to plan the previous battle plan. Generals, Ashikaga Yoshimasa has yet to recover from his injuries, and he has less than 300,000 soldiers under his command. At this moment, we already have the advantage in terms of military strength. Next, it's time to use all our strength to destroy them and end the war with the Japanese Empire. As the 6th young master commands. All the generals spoke in unison. Then, their gazes fell on the face of Yang Qindong, who was presiding over the military meeting. Clearly, everyone was waiting for the final military decision. Good. Seeing that everyone's morale was so high, Yang Qindong nodded heavily. After that, military orders were issued from his mouth, and the war with the Japanese Empire was one step closer. After the meeting was over, Yang Qindong instructed Beta Persei not to allow anyone to disturb him. He placed the 2 telegrams in front of him and read them seriously. It was said that a fortress was the easiest to be breached from the inside. Yang Qindong never denied this point. For this reason, he set up an inspection department in the military. There were political commissars in the cold front. There was also a political department at a higher level. There were also supervision departments and anti-corruption departments in local government affairs. These were to prevent any accidents from happening. And what should come would still come. Just like the anti-corruption in the future, there were endless waves of anti-corruption. Yang Qindong never thought that there would be no problems in his army and local government. That was something that even a saint could not do. After all, everyone had their own selfish motives. Otherwise, there would not be the saying that if one did not look out for himself, the heavens would take the hindmost. It could also be said that the matter of Su Yuan and the others had long been within Yang Qindong's expectations. It was just that he did not expect that the problem would appear in the new Second Army. Fortunately, Shibi did not let him down and did not betray him. This made Yang Qindong very gratified. He was sure that Shibi was not clear about the situation in the CIA. This made his approach even more commendable. Especially at the end of the telegram, Shibi pleaded for mercy for Su Yuan and the other old brothers. He only needed to beg for their lives. This showed his noble moral character. Sigh, the sky is going to rain, and the mother is going to get married. The 5-star army does not lack people. Let them be. With a long sigh in his heart, Yang Qindong made the final decision. Then, he waved his pen and sent a telegram back to Shibi, agreeing to all his actions. In accordance with the principle of not giving orders in foreign countries, he allowed Shibi to take the lead. If Shibi needed any help, Yang Qindong would do his best to satisfy him. After the telegram was sent to Beta Persei and Wang Shan secretly sent it out, Yang Qindong's gaze fell on the war in the Japanese Empire again. The overall situation of this war had basically been decided. The next step was just a matter of time. If the problem here could be solved earlier, the difficult situation of the new Second Army would be solved earlier. Yang Qindong felt a lot of pressure. Tokai Road, Seiko County. It was the central area of Tokai Road. At this moment, it had become the base camp of Great General Ashikaga Yoshimasa. Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who was injured and unconscious, had already woken up a long time ago. Fortunately, he had a good physical foundation. He was only injured and did not endanger his life. It was just that when he woke up and learned the result of the war in front of him, he was so angry that he fainted again, which was depressing. When he woke up again and began to take charge of the military, the number of generals around him had decreased a lot. First, the sneak attack of the ninjas caused him to lose 20 capable confidants. Then, the defeat of the army outside Qing and Beijing caused him to lose half of his generals. Now, there were less than 20 people standing in the main tent, including General Maori Regularization, who gave up on attacking Shanin Road. At this point in the war, the high-spirited Ashikaga Yoshimasa had disappeared. In exchange, there was a somewhat decadent and spiritless great general. Everyone, let's talk about your opinions. After saying this, Ashikaga Yoshimasa slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be a little tired. Even the great general was behaving like this, so the generals below him didn't know what to say. In the face of such a situation, it seemed that no matter what they said, it would be wrong. Among the generals, only Maori Regularization's eyes had a trace of light, as if he was thinking about something. When the tent fell into silence, he suddenly took a step forward. Great General, this subordinate has a plan that may be able to solve the current situation. At this time, if someone was willing to give advice, how could Ashikaga Yoshimasa refuse? Especially when this person was his confidant, Maori Regularization. He immediately sat up straight and asked. What plan do you have? Let's hear it. Ha! Maori Regularization nodded heavily, then said in a neither fast nor slow voice. At present, the 5-star army has indeed gained a lot of advantages. For the first time, their number of troops has exceeded ours. Our Japanese empire is in imminent danger. But if you think about it carefully, the situation is not so. In the end, the 5-star army is just an armed force that is not willing to be recognized by Baiming. In fact, they have a lot of weaknesses. What they lack is a foundation. When these words were heard by everyone, many people felt their eyes light up. At this moment, Maori Regularization's voice continued. Although we seem to be weak, this is the entire Japanese empire. Now that we are fighting in our territory, we have the right time, the right place, and the right people. For a war like this, we can fight for years, decades, or even longer. But as the 5-star army is an outsider, they are after all the invaders. Not to mention, they have a powerful enemy like Baiming behind them. The so-called enemy of our enemy is our friend. We can take advantage of this. Correct. Hearing this, Ashikaga Yoshimasa finally said. Our Japanese empire was originally a vassal state of the Ming dynasty. We are one of the non-conquering states. Not long ago, we once again expressed our intention to submit to Baiming, and they also accepted us. At this moment, we are in danger, so they must help. Great General's words are correct. Now we only need to ask Baiming for help, and even agree to let their troops enter our Japanese empire. In that case, the 5-star army will be attacked from both sides, and the situation will be reversed. At that time, driving out the 5-star army will not be a problem. Maori Regularization also nodded and said in agreement. Well said. Great General Ashikaga Yoshimasa's expression changed, and he laughed. Once Baiming's army enters the Japanese empire, the 5-star army will not have any advantage. And if they still don't retreat, they will have to face a double attack from Baiming and himself. In that case, it will be difficult for him to support the overall situation. More importantly, once Baiming and the 5-star army start fighting, it will create a disaster for the Japanese empire. This will create enough time for the Japanese empire to strengthen itself. And all he needs to do is to pay the price of his dignity. In the face of the powerful Ming dynasty, even if he bowed his head once, so what? The most important thing is to maintain his position. In that case, he will be able to rise again in the Japanese empire. As if he can already see the 5-star army being forced to retreat, Ashikaga Yoshimasa laughed and immediately announced that he will immediately send people to Baiming to ask for help. In order to obtain their support, he is willing to pay tribute every year, and he will not hesitate to send a large amount of money. Before, when Nankado was surrounded, Ashikaga Yoshimasa was not anxious. In his view, this was only a temporary problem, so he did not send people to build a ship and only asked for help from Baiming. But now it is different. With the advantage of military strength gone, he can finally put down all his dignity and send people to find a ship to Baiming. Chapter 1123. The Japanese Empire was an island country. Not to mention the military's warships, even the civilians' ships were innumerable. It was just finding some ships to send a message to Baiming. It wasn't a big deal. For the sake of safety, 10 teams of envoys were sent out this time to guard against the 5-star army's interception on the sea. Ashikaga Yoshimasa was really careful. The 10 teams of envoys scattered. Some of them were intercepted by the 5-star army, so the news was leaked. But in the end, some ships were lucky enough to cross the sea and arrived at Baiming. Through the intercepted ships, the 5-star army knew about Ashikaga Yoshimasa's actions and reported it to Yang Qindong. Looking at the statement sent to him, Yang Qindong coldly snorted and said, "Just a trapped beast. Do you really think you can stop my army in this way?" "Humph, Beta Persei, send a report to Su Yojin. He should know what to do. Also, inform the frontline army to speed up their march. We don't have much time left." Baiming, Kyoto. The envoys of the Japanese Empire, who had weathered the waves, finally arrived here. Then they hurriedly sent a letter to the Ministry of Rights that was in charge of foreign affairs. In their opinion, the Japanese Empire was in danger. The Emperor of Beiming should summon them soon. But they didn't expect that they would wait for several days. It wasn't that the letter didn't reach Zhu Qiyu's hands. Nowadays, the imperial power was still very prestigious. Even if the Minister of Rights was Hu Shao, Yang Qindong's father-in-law, he still didn't dare to suppress this matter. So the problem didn't come from the Ministry of Rights, but from the imperial court. After Zhu Qiyu saw the letter from the Ministry of Rights, he immediately called for a court meeting to discuss the matter of sending troops. What he didn't expect was that when it came to sending troops to the Japanese Empire, the reaction of the ministers was surprisingly similar. They all didn't agree to send troops. Among them, the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Grand Secretary and Minister of Justice Su Yozhen was the most opposed. Your Majesty, in order to resist foreign aggression, we must first pacify our internal affairs. We haven't even solved our own problems yet, so how can we possibly help the Japanese Empire? You have to think twice before making a decision. On the surface, Su Yozhen and Yang Qindong were irreconcilable enemies. Because of this, Zhu Qiyu deeply trusted and relied on Su Yozhen. Now that he was the first to speak, the other officials also began to chime in one after another. Your Majesty, young Master Su's words are reasonable. What we should do now is to solve the problem of Shaojing and Jingzhou. We shouldn't divide our forces to help others. Yes, Your Majesty. According to the letter, the Japanese Empire is already on the brink of destruction. Even if we send troops now, how big of a problem can we solve? Yes. Fighting across the sea is disadvantageous to our supplies. Once something happens, it will be a big problem. Thinking about how the Japanese Empire would often invade our seas in the past, they deserve to be in trouble now. Everyone is right. I second the motion. I second the motion. All kinds of opinions appeared, but the general idea was the same. That was, they should not send troops to help the Japanese Empire. The so-called, the lips are cold and the teeth are cold, was certainly reasonable. However, Beiming and the Japanese Empire were separated by the sea, so this statement was difficult to hold. Especially in the period when the marine industry was not developed, no one would feel any danger or threat. In their eyes, Beiming's safety was the most important thing. At least, the Japanese Empire, a small vassal state across the sea, was not their concern. Zhu Qiyu, who was sitting on the golden dragon throne, originally had a solemn look on his face. When he saw the letter of Ashikaga Yoshimasa saying that he was willing to serve Beiming for generations to come, and when he saw that the tribute would be doubled every year, he was a little tempted. Being able to gain fame and profit at the same time, this kind of thing was what the Supreme Emperor liked to do the most. However, he did not expect the officials to react so fiercely. This was really beyond his expectations. Of course, with his identity as the emperor, he could make all the decisions on his own, and the officials below could not say anything. However, right when he was exerting pressure on the 5-star army and even had a great victory in front of him, it would not be a good thing if he disheartened the officials. Zhu Qiyu was naturally willing to help others without affecting herself. If she could gain fame and benefits, she would naturally be willing to do it. However, he did not want the Beiming court to fall into instability because of this. At this moment, he became hesitant. Zhu Qiyu did not know that after Su Yozhen received the telegram from the Security Bureau, he immediately did a lot of work. Ever since he chose to follow Yang Qindong, he was wholeheartedly loyal to the 5-star army. At the same time that Zhu Qiyu was forcefully withholding the salaries of the officials, he used the money that Yang Qindong gave him to rope in many people. Right now, at least a fifth of the officials in the court had received benefits from him. At this moment, it was time to show off his power. He had secretly contacted many people, and under the reasonable, polite, explanation, there were many people who followed his lead blindly. For example, in the court now, those who spoke first were all arranged by him. Under the guidance of public opinion, some officials who did not know what was going on were also persuaded and expressed their own opinions. Yang Qindong's plan was effective. Considering that there were too many objections in the court, Zhu Qiyu did not bring up the matter of sending troops. He only said that he was thinking about it. Using this time, Yang Qindong commanded the 5-star army to gallop on the battlefield of the Japanese Empire, reducing the territory and strength of the Japanese army. It had been more than 20 days since the last time he sent out a request for help, and there was still no news that was beneficial to him. Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who was originally sitting in the military tent, could no longer sit still. He once again called his trusted subordinate, Maori Regularization, to discuss how to solve the crisis. When there were only 2 people in the tent, Ashikaga Yoshimasa said, "This general wishes to send someone to send a letter to Nankeido's Kuroda and have him come to meet us. What do you think?" When Ashikaga Yoshimasa finished speaking, Maori Regularization's body clearly tensed up. The Japanese Empire's navy was still very strong, and they had a lot of soldiers. Right now, there were at least 300,000 Japanese Empire's navy in Nankeido. This was also the foundation of the Japanese Empire's navy. It's just that the 5-star army's navy was more powerful, especially the cannons on the ship had a longer range, so they didn't display their strength. But even so, the 5-star army's navy didn't underestimate the strength of the 5-star army. There was news that came back that the 5-star army in Nankeido didn't attack, which was enough to explain everything. It was impossible for Ashikaga Yoshimasa not to know this, but now, he wanted to transfer the navy out. Didn't he know that if he took the initiative to break through the siege, he would suffer heavy losses? But he still wanted to do this. The meaning behind it was a little bit personal. Maori Regularization's mind quickly thought of a possibility, that is, Ashikaga Yoshimasa was really afraid of the 5-star army, so he left himself a way out. After all, with the help of the navy, they would have the ability to leave the Japanese Empire at any time. In addition to here, they could choose a new place to live. And without the help of a powerful navy, everything would be impossible. Could it be that the admiral is already prepared for the worst? Maori Regularization looked up at Ashikaga Yoshimasa and nodded. This is also good, although we will suffer some losses, it's not a long-term solution. Since Ashikaga Yoshimasa has already made a decision, even if Maori Regularization wanted to stop it, it would be difficult for him to do it. If he didn't do it well, he would offend the admiral, which would be very bad for his future. Maori Regularization agreed, which wasn't beyond Ashikaga Yoshimasa's expectations. He smiled and said, "Very well, things are settled like this." Ashikaga Yoshimasa was indeed prepared to lose and escape. In the face of the powerful offensive of the 5-star army, he knew that some things were irreversible, especially after he didn't get a reply from Baiming. This idea became even more firm. But what he didn't expect was that this backup plan accelerated the collapse of the entire Japanese army. Unlike the 5-star army, who had a radio station that was beyond this era, there were only 2 ways to send a letter to the Kuroda family. One was to send a letter by carrier pigeon, and the other was to send someone to deliver the letter. For the sake of insurance, both methods were used, and it was this decision that gave the 5-star army time to prepare in advance. A carrier pigeon in the sky was not so easy to catch, especially a well-trained carrier pigeon. But this thing was not completely guaranteed. Accidents like carrier pigeons were not uncommon. In order to double insurance, Ashikaga Yoshimasa sent an inconspicuous civilian ship to Nankeido. Things went bad because of this civilian ship. The outskirts of Nankeido were already completely sealed off. Even Han Chinese civilian ships and merchant ships were not allowed to pass inspection, let alone a civilian ship of the Japanese Empire. So under the strict inspection, the messenger was found, and the matter of the Supreme General giving the order to break out of the encirclement was no longer a secret. His subordinates immediately reported the situation to Yang Qindong with a telegram. After hearing this, Yang Qindong, after serious consideration, decided to beat them at their own game. If everything was peaceful on the grasslands, Yang Qindong was not prepared to give any Japanese army a way out. They could only choose to surrender or die. But now, the situation on the outskirts was not good, and the new Second Army could face a big problem at any time. Time waited for no one, and the Japanese Empire's matter had to be solved quickly. Among them, the Japanese Naval Division was in existence that gave Yang Qindong a great headache. 300,000 soldiers, a great advantage in terms of numbers, plus the existence of small cannons, it would not be easy to bite this hard bone. In addition, this Kuroda was not someone to be trifled with. According to the intelligence personnel hidden in Nankado, the security there was stable, which eliminated the possibility of an internal attack. Yang Qindong was worried about how to deal with this group of Japanese army and how to occupy Nankado to solve his own problems. However, the Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa's order made him see an opportunity. Chapter 1124. Even if they didn't have a big appetite and couldn't swallow the Japanese Naval Division, they could at least chase them away and occupy the whole of Nankado. After Yang Qindong thought about it again and again, he sent a telegram to give the messenger from the Japanese army a chance to escape and send the information to Kuroda. Under Yang Qindong's arrangement, the messenger successfully escaped and smoothly entered Nankado. At this time, Kuroda had already received the order from the Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa through a carrier pigeon. At this moment, he was thinking of a plan of action. The messenger's appearance let Kuroda know that the five-star army already knew about the plan. In a fit of anger, he directly killed the messenger. After all, the biggest advantage of an army's action was the suddenness. But now that it was gone, how could he not be angry? Of course, this was all done by the Supreme General. He only did it for double insurance. After killing the messenger to vent his anger, Kuroda had to consider the matter of breaking out of the encirclement. Although he knew that the five-star army was already prepared, the Supreme General's order couldn't be disobeyed. The most important thing was that he didn't know what kind of problems would arise if he was trapped for a long time. 5 days later, Kuroda, who had prepared everything, gave the order to break out of the encirclement. 300,000 soldiers boarded 1,000 warships carrying provisions, supplies, and silver. They suddenly left Nankado and headed towards the sea. The ones responsible for stopping them were the elite High 4 Division and High 5 Division of the Five-Star Army. In addition, there were 30,000 soldiers from the Korean Navy. In total, there were less than 50,000 soldiers. Facing the 300,000 Japanese army, even if they were prepared and had the advantage of artillery, they still couldn't stop them all. In the end, after 3 days and 3 nights of battle, only half of the Japanese army's forces were left behind and escaped. After that, the 2 division commanders sent a telegram to Yang Qindong to ask for forgiveness. However, Yang Qindong, who had already expected this result, didn't blame them. Instead, he rewarded them and gave the order to continue the chase. He wanted to use the speed and weapons advantage of the warships to continue attacking. In the end, he wanted to achieve the goal of blowing the Japanese Naval Division out of the Japanese Empire. The battle on the sea continued, and the 2 sides on land also fought back and forth many times. The Japanese army's morale was already broken, and the people's morale was already broken. The situation had already tilted a lot in the five-star army's favor. If this continued, it was only a matter of time. The war in One Nation began to move toward the final stage. The situation on the grassland became more and more serious. The Second Army's courtyard. This was the 3rd time Rong Xiao's appearance. The first 2 negotiations between the 2 sides did not go well, or it could be said that Xia Jie was intentionally raising his status and delaying the negotiations. This time, Rong Xiao had already made the final decision. If they didn't surrender, they would fight. Too much time had passed, and he had already lost his patience. Or perhaps the people behind him had already lost their patience. In the end, Shaojing City and Jingzhou City only had the five-star army. The 4 divisions added together only had a little more than 30,000 people. Baiming had already spent a lot of time and energy on them. For the higher-ups of Baiming, it would be best if they could recruit this new force. But if it really didn't work, they couldn't rule out the possibility of using force. It was precisely because the higher-ups were a little impatient that Rong Xiao's attitude was a lot stronger than the previous 2 times. After doing business for so many years, Rong Xiao had developed the ability to speak with people and ghosts. His smiling face had always been harmless, but the words that came out of his mouth were very sharp. General Shi, I wonder what you've thought about it since it's been such a long time. You should know that Baiming has already stationed 200,000 soldiers outside of Shaojing City. We can attack whenever we want, and we have the ability to break through at any time. When he said this, the smile on the chubby Rong Xiao's face had already disappeared. Instead, he looked like he was going to attack if Zhang Heng didn't give him an accurate answer. Facing the aggressive Rong Xiao, Jia Bei knew that he did not have much time left. If he delayed any longer, it was very likely that things would go south. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, I can agree to your proposal of a battlefield uprising, but please give me some time. You should know that although I am the commander of the new Second Army, other than Su Yuan, the other 3 division commanders were all arranged by Bugnam of Gojoseon. If I don't convince them, this matter won't work at all. You don't want to see a new Second Army that kills each other come to Baiming, right?" The reason given by Jia Bei was very appropriate. Rong Xiao had also investigated the identities of the other 3 division commanders, and they were indeed arranged by Yang Qindong himself. These 20,000 cavalries were a very powerful force. If they were given up just like that, the matter would not be perfect, and Rong Xiao's personal contribution would also be reduced. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, but I need an accurate time." 1 month. Jia Bei gave an answer after thinking about it for a while. "No, at most 10 days. Rong Xiao refused in a businessman's tone. In the end, after bargaining between the two, 20 days was the norm. In other words, after 20 days, if Jia Bei still could not lead the new Second Army to Baiming, then the Baiming army outside the city would launch a military operation. First City. As the largest city under Yang Xie's influence on the grassland, and also one of the earliest cities built, it was still prosperous. Although the external environment was a bit tense during this period, the people living in the city were not affected much. This naturally had an inseparable relationship with the powerful new army stationed here. As the highest leader of the military department other than Yang Qindong, Tiger's Mane fully showed enough ability to manage the new army in an orderly manner. Even the rampant Baiming Liaodong cavalry never had the intention to attack them. Even when they took action, they would often be 200 miles away from First City. It was also because of this arrangement that the two sides had the intention of not interfering with each other. But even so, Tiger's Mane did not mean to be proud at all. On the contrary, he was not in a good mood for a while. It was all because of the matters in Shaojing City and Jingzhou City. Rong Xiao was indeed a qualified businessman. He knew how to maximize his benefits. Ever since he started to come into contact with the new Second Army, he kept releasing all kinds of unfavorable remarks. Just yesterday, a new piece of news came out, saying that it wouldn't be long before the heavily besieged new Second Army would fall into the arms of Northern Ming. When the news came out, Tiger's Mane naturally did not believe it. He did not even send a telegram to Yang Qindong. He knew that these things would naturally be handled by the intelligence department. What he had to do now was to deal with all kinds of accidents that might happen next. In the new army's military department in the city, Tiger's Mane invited the city lord, Yu Mian, and the logistics division commander, Yang Si, to sit down in a very quiet room. Yang Si, as the person in charge of logistics and with the lowest position, should be doing the work of pouring tea. While pouring tea for Tiger's Mane and Yu Mian, he did not stop talking. "The two of you, looking at your frowns, you don't really think that Commander Shi will defect to the enemy, right? He, even if you don't believe him, you should believe in the young master's judgment." "Yes, I have also come into contact with this person, and I know him better. He probably won't betray the 6th young master." Yu Mian also agreed. "Probably." Tiger's Mane chuckled and shook his head. "Didn't you hear what the 6th young master said? There is no such thing as loyalty, it's just a matter of whether the bargaining chip for betrayal is enough. After all, this Shi Bei is not Han, nor is he our old brother. Now that he is heavily surrounded by the Baiming army, I wouldn't be surprised if he did anything to protect himself." After Tiger's Mane finished speaking, Yu Mian fell silent. Actually, from his words, it could be seen that he did not have much confidence in himself. What he said was just to unite everyone and not to casually suspect his colleagues. But now, even Tiger's mane said that he was suspicious. Of course, it was not good for him to say anything. Yang Si, on the other hand, frowned after hearing this. He had already finished pouring tea and came down from the table. His right hand gripped a teacup tightly as he thought of something and said, "Since all of you are suspicious, why don't you report this to the young master? The young master must already know, it's just that he hasn't sent a letter yet. This is the part that we can't figure out." Tiger's mane said as he shook his head. N? After Yang Si heard this, he was stunned at first. He didn't know what to say next. If even the sixth young master could not confirm the authenticity of this matter, then this matter was probably more than 50% true. Yang Si fell into deep thought and did not speak. Yu Mian thought of something and said, "If that's the case, then we should also make preparations early. Once something really happens to the new Second Army, I'm afraid that the next target Baiming will deal with will be us." With the new Second Army stationed in Shaojing and Jingzhou City, this was equivalent to planting a stair on the grassland. Baiming had to be cautious if they wanted to make a big move. But once this constraint was gone, everything would be very different. They could concentrate all their energy on dealing with the first city and the new army. With their supplies cut off, the situation of the new army would only become more and more dangerous. That's right, that's what I'm worried about. That's why I called you guys over to see if there's any good strategy. Tiger's mane nodded heavily. Obviously, he had thought of all this. He called the two of them over to discuss this matter. After the matter was settled, the three of them gathered together to come up with a plan. At this moment, Yang Qindong, who was far away in the Japanese Empire, had indeed received a telegram from the intelligence personnel of the first city. It described some of the rumors they had heard in detail. However, because the two cities of Shaojing were heavily surrounded, they were unable to find out the specific and real situation. Therefore, they reported everything they heard regardless of whether it was true or false. Chapter 1125. Looking at the contents of the telegram in his hand, Yang Qindong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In his heart, he had sentenced Rong Shao to death. All along, Yang Qindong had a natural closeness to the Han people. Even though they were both merchants, the treatment of the Han merchants was much better. Whether it was the price of goods or the ratio, it was much higher than that of the foreign races. For this reason, many people had raised objections, but he had ignored them. It could be said that this policy had allowed many Han merchants to earn a lot of money, and Yang Qindong's reputation had always been very good. However, when the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. There were still some people who were not satisfied. They even secretly went against Yang Qindong. Rong Shao was a typical representative of this. Of course, without Rong Shao, there would still be Wang Shao and Li Shao. However, who told him to run into the muzzle of the gun? If he did not punish this person, such things would inevitably happen again in the future. In order to achieve the effect of killing one to appease the 100, Rong Shao had already been put on the death list. Putting Rong Shao's matter aside, Yang Qindong needed to consider and judge the situation of the new Second Army that was surrounded and what the truth was. Even though before this telegram, Shirbi had already sent a telegram and told him everything. However, when a general was outside, military orders could not be given. Who could guarantee that what Shirbi said was true and not a ploy to stall for time and not just to brush him off? It was still the same saying, loyalty depended on the bargaining chip. At least for now, Yang Qindong couldn't give up anything. Even if he could, before the crisis was resolved, it was just an illusion. It was just an empty check. Whether Shirbi could be trusted or not was a problem that Yang Qindong had to consider. If he made a mistake in his judgment, everything that followed would be useless. Yang Qindong thought about the first time they met and how he had promoted the other party to a commander. He felt that he had done enough and was sincere enough. Feeling that he had not done anything wrong, Yang Qindong raised his eyebrows and said in his heart, "I have done what should be done. Next, let's bet that my judgment of people is not wrong." I hope you can withstand the test. Yang Qindong, who seemed to have made a decision in his heart, called Beta Persei. He wanted to send a telegram to Tiger's Mane of the new First Army to ask him to pay more attention to Shibi's situation. At the same time, he had to prepare for the city defense battle now. Although the new Second Army's matter was big, it was far away and there was nothing he could do. However, the problem of the Japanese army in front of him was something that needed to be solved. If he got stuck in this quagmire, he was afraid that it would not only be the new Second Army that would have problems, but more problems would appear. After seeing Beta Persei return after sending the telegram, Yang Qindong asked, "How's the situation in Nanhai province?" "Young master, the people who moved out are moving in, but the area there is not small. It will take at least a month to distribute the land and restore order." Beta Persei reported in a deep voice. "Okay." Yang Qindong nodded to show that he knew, and then asked, "Which army is responsible for the cleanup work?" "Young master, it's under the command of Commander Niu Duo." "Okay, order Niu Duo to take a boat to Qing and Beijing quickly. By the way, send a telegram to the security bureau in Beiming's Kyoto." When Yang Qindong said this, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Obviously, the matter of the new Second Army made him a little angry, and he was ready to start a massacre. Beiming's Imperial Palace. Acting Sect Master Zhu Qiyu was in a good mood recently. It was all because of the news that came from the grassland that Rong Shao had already convinced the commander of the new Second Army of the Five-Star Army, Shi Biao. In 20 days, they might raise their army and surrender. If that was the case, he would not have to pay any price to gain an extra army of troops. Comparing the two, he would have a greater advantage in suppressing the Five-Star Army's forces. Once the Great Ming Empire suffered heavy losses and finally dealt with the Five-Star Army, he would lead a strong army to the south to solve the problem of the South Ming Empire. If he could also solve the problem of the South Ming Empire, then the Great Ming Empire would regain its former glory in his hands. Thinking about how great of a feat this would be, it was really exciting. Just as he was in a good mood, Chief Eunuch Jining appeared. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's junior tutor Su Yozhen said that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. What do you think?" "Oh, send him in." Hearing that Su Yozhen had come, Jining nodded. He admired this official who could do things. Not long after, Su Yozhen appeared in the main hall of the Imperial Palace. He first knelt and kowtowed, and then he stood up with a serious expression. "Beloved official Su, you don't look too well. May I know why you've come?" Zhu Qiyu asked in a nonchalant manner. "Your Majesty, this official has come for a matter related to Beiming's reputation. I really have to say it." Seeing how solemn Su Yozhen was, Zhu Qiyu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, also straightened his body and asked, "What's the matter?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Yozhen held the ceremonial tablet and said, "Your Majesty, this official has come to ask for forgiveness." "What's going on?" Zhu Qiyu, who was confused by these words, asked. "Your Majesty, it's like this. Previously, when the Japanese Empire asked for help, this official spoke out in court to stop it. At that time, I didn't do anything wrong. After all, the most important thing in court right now is to solve the problem of the grasslands and achieve the goal of dealing a heavy blow to the Five-Star Army. But now, it seems that this official's vision was a bit short-sighted." Su Yozhen said with an apologetic attitude. "Why do you say that?" Zhu Qiyu was a bit stunned. He had already put the matter of the Japanese Empire's request for help to the back of his mind. He really didn't think that Su Yozhen would bring it up again. Su Yozhen was naturally instructed by Yang Qindong to come. Before he came, he had already thought of the words to say. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, this official has not thought things through." After a self-reflection, he continued, "Ever since the Japanese Empire sent people to ask for help, there have been all kinds of rumors. But most of them are accusing us of not helping our vassal state. Especially the people from the Wara Empire stationed in the capital. They have mentioned this matter more than once in public. The Japanese Empire was a vassal state of the Great Ming Empire. Now that they were in danger, Bai Ming chose to not help them. Thinking about it, as the current Bai Ming's partner, how could Yes Hen of the Wara not have any thoughts? If this matter was not handled well, it would greatly affect the cooperation between the two sides. Su Yozhen used this as an excuse to speak out. It couldn't be more appropriate. After listening to this, Zhu Qiyu couldn't help but frown. Although Bai Ming was not as good as it used to be, and even the surrounding vassal states were almost devoured by the five-star army, he had to consider the feelings of the other party. He didn't expect that the Japanese Empire's matter would attract the attention of Yang Qindong of the Wara. Now that they were cooperating, Zhu Qiyu, who didn't want to make things worse, immediately asked Su Yozhen, "Su Yozhen, if this is the case, do you have any ideas?" "Your Majesty, I have a plan that can shut the mouth of the Wara with the smallest price." Hearing that he was finally asked, Su Yozhen answered without hesitation. "Speak." "Yes. I think we should send an army to the Japanese Empire to show that Bai Ming will not give up on our vassal states. As for this army, there doesn't need to be too many people, it's mainly for show. If there is any danger, then retreat immediately. That way, no one will be able to say anything." "Which army?" Zhu Qiyu asked with interest. "Your Majesty, didn't you just set up a navy? There are only 50,000 people, which is neither more nor less. Let them go to the periphery of Neon and they can test the army. It's the best of both worlds." Su Yozhen replied with a smile on her face after she finally expressed her thoughts. Since the five-star army has been growing, especially after they first took down North Korea and then attacked the Japanese Empire, the safety of the sea has also attracted Zhu Qiyu's attention. He spent a lot of money to build a 50,000-person navy, and at the same time lifted the ban on the sea. He was ready to build something on the sea. In Zhu Qiyu's opinion, even if they can't dominate the sea like the five-star army, they should at least have the power to protect themselves and have their own voice. Therefore, this 50,000-person navy was established, and the people chosen were all people who were excellent in the water. It took a lot of effort. This 50,000-person navy can be called the prototype of the Bai Ming Navy. Once it is done, it will continue to grow. Therefore, when he heard that he was going to send this precious army to the battlefield of the Japanese Empire, Zhu Qiyu was a little against it. Su Yozhen saw that Zhu Qiyu didn't make a decision immediately, so she knew what the other party was thinking. She continued to say, "Your Majesty, from a weak army to a strong army, it has to go through all kinds of training. This trip to the Japanese Empire is one of them. Besides, if things go wrong, we can withdraw in time. Just treat it as a training at sea. We can use this opportunity to shut the mouths of others. Isn't it a good thing?" N. Zhu Qiyu thought about it carefully and felt that there was a certain degree of truth, so he nodded. "Good, since that's the case, I will discuss it with the officials of the Ministry of War." Zhu Qiyu said this, which meant that he agreed. It was not the late period of the Great Ming Dynasty, and now the imperial power was still relatively unified. Especially in the use of the army, they had the power to keep their word. Shi City. Yang Qindong sent a telegram. There were not many words, and it could even be said that there was only one sentence: "Observe closely, prepare to defend the city, and act at your discretion during special times." The so-called act at your discretion was equivalent to giving all the power to Tiger's Mane. This was a trust, but at the same time, it was also a pressure. Chapter 11:26. It was conceivable that if the matter was not resolved properly, Tiger's Mane would inevitably be blamed by others. However, at this time, Tiger's Mane could no longer care so much because he had received accurate information that the Bai Ming emissary had begun to negotiate with them. They had agreed to make a final decision within 20 days at the latest. Now, it seemed that there were only 17 days left. It was naturally Rong Xiao who took the initiative to be able to obtain accurate information. He deliberately opened a hole in the siege and allowed a group of people from Shaojing City to walk out. As expected, there were intelligence personnel from the 5th Star Army among them. As soon as he received the news, Tiger's Mane called Yu Mian and Yang Si. The three of them discussed together how to deal with the complicated situation that could change at any time. The three of them first listened to the report of the intelligence personnel who had escaped from Shaojing City. When they learned that their people had seen the merchant Rong Shao appear in the residence of the northern Ming emissary with their own eyes, and when they saw him being escorted out with a smile, the three of their faces turned somewhat ugly. The one who had the most intense reaction was Yang Si. He suddenly slammed the table and reprimanded loudly, "What does this Bai Ming want to do? To think that the young master trusts him so much. He actually dares to collude with foreign enemies and rebel. This is really intolerable." "That's right. I didn't expect him to be such a person." Yu Mian quickly agreed. At the same time, he also looked very angry. Tiger's mane's expression was not much better, but he knew that this was not the key point now. Once the new second army really joined Bai Ming, then the first city would become the next target. With the supply completely cut off, how to deal with this complicated situation was what he needed to consider. As for other matters, regardless of whether it was true or not, the sixth young master would naturally deal with it. "Both of you, calm down first. Let's think about our own problems first. Once the two cities of Shaojing and Jing province are obtained by Bai Ming, they will have nothing to worry about. The next step is to send troops to the beginning city. At that time, do the two of you have any countermeasures?" Listening to Tiger's mane's words, Yang Si replied without hesitation, "What else is there to think about? Of course, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Our beginning city is not like Shaojing City and the other two cities. We're heavily guarded here, and we also have a united army and people. We're not afraid of any enemy's invasion." "Yes. Our beginning city is not afraid of any enemy. Let's just fight." Yu Mian's heroic spirit seemed to have been aroused at this moment. His voice was like a bell as he spoke. All right. This was what Tiger's mane wanted. As long as everyone had the same attitude and cooperated with each other, there was nothing that couldn't be done. There was no enemy that couldn't be defeated. Just as the situation on the grassland became very complicated, the war on the battlefield of the Japanese Empire was in full swing. After Yang Qindong issued the order for a general counterattack, more than 200,000 soldiers of the Five-Star Army launched a crazy counterattack. In addition to the cooperation of more than 100,000 soldiers of Sensei Naganabu and Fukada Tani, their total strength had surpassed the troops of Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa. Having more troops than the other party did not mean that they would definitely win. However, the strength of the morale of the army and the strength of their combat power were enough to show that the scales of victory and defeat had tilted greatly. After the army left Ping and Beijing, they went straight to the north and came to the Dongshan Road. They separately conquered Jinjiang County, Mino County, Shindu County, and other places. They directly suppressed Ashikaga Yoshimasa's troops in the Musashi area of the Donghai Road. On the sea, President Kuroda's 300,000 soldiers broke through the encirclement. Although they had the advantage in terms of military strength, in the face of the powerful artillery of the C-4th Division and the C-5th Division, they fled all the way. When the 300,000 soldiers entered the Dongshan Road, there were only 100,000 soldiers left. On the land, they lost many cities and lost many soldiers. Of the 300,000 soldiers, there were only 100,000 left. Under such a situation, Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who originally had millions of soldiers, only had 200,000 soldiers left. The reduction in his strength made him anxious every day. While he cursed the Five-Star Army for being arrogant, he also made preparations to abandon his homeland and leave the Japanese Empire. Compared to the Japanese Empire's continuous losses, the Five-Star Army was like an unstoppable hurricane. Wherever they went, they would not hesitate to kill anyone who resisted. Along the way, who knew how much blood they had shed? In the end, the forces that opposed the Five-Star Army were all in danger. Most of them had no choice but to surrender, while a small number of them fled. Based on the current situation, in at most 3 months, the entire Japanese Empire would be conquered by the Five-Star Army. After taking half a year to migrate and exchange people, it was inevitable that Japan would become another province under the five-star army. However, at this time, a telegram suddenly appeared. At the same time, the 1st Cavalry Division, New Army, and the 4th Division were all transferred back to Qing and Beijing. When the telegram was sent out, all of the generals on the front lines who received the news were confused. Seeing that victory was right in front of them, they did not know why such an order would appear. Although the five-star army had over 300,000 soldiers, the only ones that could fight were the 4th Division, the 7th Army, the 1st Cavalry Division, the New Army, and the 1st Reserve Division. The rest of the soldiers, such as the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Divisions, as well as the hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous Japanese soldiers, were left behind to pick up the leftovers. Many of them were even cleaning up the battlefield. Now that three powerful armies were suddenly transferred away, it was inevitable that the generals would have all sorts of guesses. However, no matter what thoughts they had, this telegram was personally sent out by Yang Qindong. Just based on this point, no one dared to disobey. After being surprised for a moment, the three armies packed up and stopped moving forward. Then, within 8 hours, they began to change direction, going from north to south to Qing and Beijing. This was the military order of the five-star army. Once an order was given, regardless of the situation, it must be obeyed. This was also something that Yang Xie's generals had to do. In the blink of an eye, the three powerful armies left. Although the total number of soldiers was not large, only around 50,000, it was still a big blow to the morale of the army. The 7th Army's commander, Tian Su, took the initiative to look for the 1st Reserve Division's commander. Su Kuda was also a division commander, and the 1st Reserve Division's soldiers were 30,000, far more than the 7th Army's 10,000 soldiers. However, Su Kuda gave Tian Su enough respect. After all, he was a member of the Cold Front series, fully equipped with firearms. "Commander Tian, please have a seat." In the face of Tian Su's visit, Su Kuda did not dare to be negligent and took the initiative to walk out of the tent to welcome him. "Commander Su is too polite." Tian Su had a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with Su Kuda's attitude. Since Su Kuda was so polite, he naturally would not refuse. Instead, he took the initiative to slow down his pace, trying to keep up with Su Kuda's pace. Everyone else in the tent left. When only the two of them were left, the smiles on their faces involuntarily disappeared. 3 out of 5 powerful armies had left. The two of them felt an enormous pressure. If a problem appeared in their originally sure-win situation because of this, it would mean that the two of them were incompetent. This made them unusually nervous and cautious. They looked at each other. In the end, it was Tian Su who spoke first. "Commander Su, 3 out of 5 powerful armies have left. The pressure on our shoulders will be much greater." "Yes, but we are not afraid," Su Kuda said in a booming voice. "Our 1st Reserve Division has 30,000 soldiers. They are all veterans who have experienced life and death on the battlefield. Although they are not as elite as the Cold Front, we have courage and courage. We are not afraid of any opponent or enemy." "Well said," Tian Su said happily as he waved his fist in the air. "Soldiers should be like this. They should have the courage to press forward. Just like the 6th young master said, when enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win. As long as we are willing to fight with our lives on the line, we can defeat even the heavens and the earth." "Ha ha ha, Commander Su's words are very much to my liking," Su Kuda laughed heartily. With a good start, the rest of the conversation became much easier. As the two of them continued to talk, they quickly reached a consensus on how to fight the next battle. One by one, they came up with a military plan. As for Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who was preparing to leave Musashi Prefecture, he was sighing in sorrow. He was sitting on a chair and sighing with grief. He really couldn't understand. This was clearly his home ground, and he had close to 1 million soldiers. How could he be defeated by a mere 200,000 five-star soldiers? But now, the enemy's numbers were increasing as they fought. Why was he getting weaker and weaker? What was the reason for this? Was it simply because the enemy's weapons were too powerful? Even now, Ashikaga Yoshimasa still didn't know what it meant to win the hearts of the people. He thought that power was a high and mighty thing. As long as he grasped it tightly, he could do whatever he wanted. However, he did not know who gave him power. When a person with power did not use it to serve the people, he would not be far from death. Just as he was sighing, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the tent. Then, a happy Maori regularization appeared and shouted, "Great General, good news, good news." Good news? What good news can there be at a time like this? Ashikaga Yoshimasa said disapprovingly. In his opinion, the battle was already decided. He even had to leave his homeland. He really did not know what good news there was to be happy about. Maori regularization did not care so much. He took the report from the frontline scouts and stood in front of Ashikaga Yoshimasa. He said excitedly, "Great General, I just received news that the 5-star army has withdrawn." What? Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who originally did not care, suddenly stood up. His eyes were wide open, and he had a look of disbelief. Say that again. Chapter 11:27. Great General, the 5-star army has retreated. Maori regularization repeated. Retreated? Ha, have they all retreated? Ashikaga Yoshimasa's face flushed red with excitement. No. Maori regularization explained. The 5-star army has only retreated 50,000 soldiers. Originally, Ashikaga Yoshimasa thought that the 5-star army had completely retreated. Now that he heard that only 50,000 soldiers had left, which was less than a quarter of the army, he excitedly sat back down. Then, he said with a dissatisfied tone, "Out of 200,000 soldiers, only 50,000 have left. Is there a need to be so happy? One must know that he only had 100,000 soldiers on land. Even if the other party retreated 50,000 soldiers, he still did not have the confidence to win." Maori regularization was startled for a moment. Then, he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong. He immediately took the initiative to explain, "Great General, although the 5-star army has only retreated 50,000 soldiers, the ones who left are all elites. There is the 4th Division of the Cold Vanguard Army, the powerful 1st Cavalry Division, and the New Army." Oh. When Ashikaga Yoshimasa calmed down and heard that it was these 3 divisions that had left, a hint of joy flashed across his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "At this time, why did these 3 divisions suddenly leave? What is Bugnam of Gojoseon doing?" "I don't know." Maori regularization shook his head. How could he know about such a confidential matter? However, he knew that once these 3 divisions left, the pressure on the battlefield would be greatly reduced. When the opportunity was right, it was not impossible to turn defeat into victory. Although Ashikaga Yoshimasa was very curious about the whereabouts of these 3 divisions, he also knew that now was not the time to ask about it. Since the 5-star army's strength was greatly reduced, he had to consider another matter, which was to turn the situation around. Very good, the 5-star army has suddenly retreated. This is an opportunity for us. Do you really think that we are easy to bully? You actually dare to look down on this great general. At this crucial time, you actually retreated instead of increasing the number of soldiers. Good, then let's show you who's the boss. Mao Lijun, take out the map. At this moment, Ashikaga Yoshimasa's face once again showed his usual domineering expression. He wanted to seize this opportunity to turn the situation around and win the war. If possible, he was afraid that he would even take back everything that he had lost. It was not impossible. After the two of them discussed for a while, they finally decided to counterattack and set their target on the Japanese army of the same race. That was the 120,000 Japanese army led by Sensei Naganobu and Fukada Tani. The originally declining Mashikaga Yoshimasa family was just struggling at death's door. Once Ashikaga Yoshimasa took over the military power, the Mashikaga Yoshimasa would not be able to do anything. It would not be long before the Ashikaga Yoshimasa took over some of the families and local forces. It would not be impossible for them to be completely wiped out. However, at this time, the five-star army appeared, and the war between the Japanese Empire began. The smart and insightful Sensei Naganobu took this opportunity to rise up and finally became the general trend. Now, not only did the Ashikaga Yoshimasa family regain their glory, but the number of soldiers under his command had also reached 80,000. If it was during peacetime, having such an army would be enough to make one a famous general. Even the Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa would not dare to underestimate him. All of this was thanks to Yang Qindong. Especially after seeing the strength of the five-star army and the advanced weapons, Sensei Naganobu was even more impressed. At the same time, he was prepared to follow Yang Qindong to conquer the world and make contributions. Just like what he usually said when chatting with the other generals of the five-star army, he only had his eyes on the Japanese Empire. In the end, he was still too short-sighted. He wholeheartedly followed Yang Qindong and waited for the Japanese Empire's war to end. He wanted to see if there was an opportunity to enter Yang Qindong's eyes and then go on a campaign. Suddenly, the situation changed. The five-star army suddenly withdrew, and 3 strong armies left. This move really caught Sensei Naganobu off guard. Although he did not know where the five-star army went, he knew that since Yang Qindong gave the order, it must be carried out. However, when his gaze returned to the battlefield, he could not help but worry about his own situation. Ashikaga Yoshimasa was able to be the supreme general of the Japanese Empire for so many years, and even completely take over the imperial power. It was not only because of luck, but also because this person was very capable. Now that such a big hole had appeared on his side, he did not believe that the other party did not notice and would not take any measures. And without the 3 strong armies, would the five-star army still be able to win against the supreme general with an overwhelming advantage? Sensei Naganobu muttered in his heart. And there was another person who had the same thought, Fukada Tani. Unlike Sensei Naganobu, who took the initiative to join the five-star army, Fukada Tani was forced to do so by the situation. Before this, he had fought with the five-star army. Although he lost, he still gave the order to kill the people of the five-star army. So, even though he was also a general of the Japanese army, compared to the other party, his situation was not just a little bit worse. Originally, he thought that as long as he performed well, and Ashikaga Yoshimasa was destroyed, Bugnam of Gojoseon would be in a good mood, and no one would look into his mistakes. But he did not think that the five-star army would withdraw 50,000 of their main forces, which made the originally certain victory situation become delicate again. It was now impossible to determine who would win and who would lose. This made Fukada Tani, who was originally nervous, feel a great sense of helplessness. And it was at this time that an old friend suddenly came to the military camp, an old friend that he did not expect. This person was dressed as an ordinary Japanese army soldier. When he suddenly appeared in Fukada Tani's tent, he was really shocked. Maori regularization, why are you here? That's right. The person who came was Maori regularization, the general that Ashikaga Yoshimasa relied on the most. The reason why Maori regularization was able to come here was because of the discussion between him and the general. The two of them wanted to launch a counterattack when the five-star army's main forces withdrew. But considering that they did not have the advantage in terms of military strength, they decided to start with the five-star army. If they could find some spies and turn some generals to their own side, the military strength of both sides would have a fundamental change. At that time, winning the battle would not be impossible. After careful consideration, the two of them decided to target Fukada Tani. Although Fukada Tani's rebellion had caused the general to lose a lot of strength. But in this world, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. In order to achieve his goal, Ashikaga Yoshimasa decided to forgive Fukada Tani and give him a chance. Now that the target was decided, the general had to consider how to proceed. When Maori Masori took the initiative to stand up and express his willingness to accept and complete this mission, Ashikaga Yoshimasa was somewhat unwilling. This was the general that he relied on the most. If something were to happen to him, the loss would be too great. Ashikaga Yoshimasa did not immediately agree, which made Maori regularization feel very touched. Didn't this mean that the other party valued and cared about him? Because of this, he had to do this task well, so he said, "General, this mission has to be done by me. First of all, my identity is important enough. Only if I go can I dispel some of Fukada Tani's concerns and worries. Second of all, if something were to happen, it would be better for me to die than for the general to be in danger. So please agree to my request." It had to be said that Maori regularization's reason was very reasonable. With his status, it was indeed possible for him to prove his side's sincerity. And if Fukada Tani really did not want to betray the 5-star army, taking down Maori regularization would indeed be a great achievement. The only thing that was worrying was that the risk was too high. However, Ashikaga Yoshimasa was a ruthless person after all. In his eyes, power was always the most important thing. Even if Maori regularization was loyal to him, he was just a subordinate that he could use. Since the other party was willing to take the risk and could bring him great benefits, he really had no reason to refuse. "Well, since that's the case, Mao-Li-jun, I'll leave everything to you." After saying this, Ashikaga Yoshimasa bowed solemnly to Maori regularization. Maori regularization hurriedly dodged, then said with a touched face, "General, with your words, even if I lose my life to Fukada Tani, so what?" Just like this, Maori regularization appeared in Fukada Tani's tent. Along the way, he had brought enough money. After a while of bribing, he finally appeared in front of Fukada Tani without attracting anyone's attention. Fukada Tani was very surprised by Maori regularization's sudden appearance. But after all, he was someone who had made a name for himself before. He quickly suppressed this shock in his heart. First, he looked outside the tent and found that everything was normal. When he saw that his personal guards were patrolling not too far away, he felt more confident. He said to Mao-Li-jun, "I have to say that your courage is not small. You actually dared to appear here alone. Don't you know that as long as I shout, someone will quickly rush in and take your life? At that time, if I hand you over to the 5-star army, it will definitely be a great achievement." Facing Fukada Tani's threat, Maori regularization first smiled, then lifted his robe and looked at Fukada Tani, who was a little nervous because of his actions, and said, "Kun Fukada, as you can see, I didn't bring any weapons, so I can't pose any threat to you. So I still have a few words to say to you. If you still want to take me down after hearing them, then I have nothing to say. No threat at all." Fukada Tani let out a long sigh of relief, and his expression returned to normal. "Hee, Mao-Li-jun, you're quite brave. Good. With your boldness, this general will listen to what you have to say." Chapter 1128. At this moment, Fukada Tani was a little relaxed, and even a little happy. Especially when he saw Maori regularization, who used to order him around, lower his head, his mood was very good. Because he was happy, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face, and all of this fell into Maori regularization's eyes, which made him unable to help but have a trace of hatred in his heart. He was not a person who would not lower his head, just like when he faced General Ashikaga Yoshimasa, he often lowered his head. But to a villain like Fukada Tani, he was too unwilling. If it were not for the sake of this big plan, he would not have done this. And even if he did this, he secretly swore in his heart that once the plan succeeded, it would be the time for him to take Fukada Tani's life. Maori regularization thought with hatred in his heart, but on the surface, he lowered his head and said, "Kun Fukada, this time I came here under the orders of the general. Please, for the sake of national justice, help the Japanese Empire fight back against the 5-star army. No matter what, the Japanese Empire should be our Japanese Empire, and we should not let outsiders touch it. Otherwise, our future generations will curse us for the rest of their lives." Maori regularization still wanted to talk, but Fukada Tani said impatiently, "Japanese Empire is your Japanese Empire, not ours, right?" What kind of person was Ashikaga Yoshimasa, and how much he thirsted for power, as a former subordinate, Fukada Tani knew very well, so there was naturally no problem with this question. Fukada-kun, please wait for a moment. Let me finish my words. No one would be happy to have their words interrupted. If it were not for the situation, Maori regularization would have reprimanded him. Humph, Fukada Tani snorted and turned his head to the side to express his dissatisfaction, but he didn't say anything else. Then, he continued to listen to Maori regularization. Kun Fukada, you asked a good question just now. I will answer this question now. In the future, the Japanese Empire will be our Japanese Empire. Regarding this matter, the Supreme General has already made a decision. Once he becomes the emperor in the future, he will make you the Supreme General. You will be in charge of the military affairs of the entire Japanese Empire. Oh, that's right, here's a letter written by the general himself. You can take a look. As he spoke, Mao Li-zheng handed over a prepared letter. In order to show his respect, he even extended both of his hands to pass it over. Initially, Shen Tianya had a nonchalant and joking expression on his face. However, when he heard that he would be appointed as the great general, his expression suddenly froze. Then, he sat up straighter. This. Did the great general really say that? Of course. How could it be fake when it's written? If the Supreme General can't do it, Kun Fukada can take out this letter and announce it to the world. The Maori regularization's tone was extremely firm. With the letter in hand, Fukada Tani opened it and read it carefully. When he found that what was written was exactly the same as what the Maori regularization said, his expression became more excited. All of this fell into the eyes of the Maori regularization. After he sneered in his heart, he continued to add, that's right, in order to express his sincerity and thank Kun Fukada for being so righteous, the Supreme General specially asked me to bring 500,000 taels of silver for you. Then, 500,000 taels of silver was sent to Fukada Tani. With power and money, no one would be able to resist such benefits. In addition, the Maori regularization continued to say, Kun Fukada, if this matter is successful, you will be the savior of the Japanese Empire. People will remember you for generations to come. This is an incomparably glorious matter. Yes, yes. Fukada Tani's face changed from a joking expression to one of surprise. He was smiling from ear to ear. At this moment, he really wanted to laugh 3 times to express his current feelings. But when he saw the Maori regularization standing in front of him very carefully, he suddenly came to a realization. His expression became very serious, and he said very seriously, I have seen the Supreme General's sincerity. He is right. The matters of the Japanese Empire should be solved within the Japanese Empire. How can we let outsiders benefit? Since that is the case, I am willing to raise my troops to help the Supreme General. His words were dignified and even had a sense of justice. But both of them knew that this was just an excuse. Sure enough, money can solve everything. Seeing Fukada Tani's current performance, the Maori regularization laughed. Then, Fukada Tani's laughter also sounded. 8 hours later, when the sky was completely dark, the Maori regularization left. He brought Fukada Tani's promise and the plan that the two of them had discussed together. This was a good counterattack that Ashikaga Yoshimasa and the Maori regularization had thought of. They wanted to instigate Fukada Tani to rebel, and then make the center blossom. When the time came, they could suddenly send troops when the 5-star army was in chaos. This way, they would be able to win this war with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It had to be said that this idea was somewhat risky, but fortunately, they succeeded. Ashikaga Yoshimasa saw the Maori regularization again. After listening to his report, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in joy and say the word, good, 3 times. Good, good, that's great. Mao Li-jun, did you discuss to launch a counterattack in 2 days? Yes, everything has been discussed. When the time comes, Fukada Tani will naturally make a move on Sensei Naganabu. Then, he will burn the provisions of the 5-star army. We will take advantage of this and attack. The Maori regularization said excitedly. Ha, very good. When the time comes, the position of Supreme General will naturally belong to Mao Lijun. As for that Fukada Tani, you should know what to do. Ashikaga Yoshimasa looked at the Maori regularization with satisfaction and said. A murderous look flashed in the eyes of the Maori regularization, and he immediately replied, Please rest assured Supreme General, your subordinate naturally knows what to do. First, take the letter, then kill. It will be very clean. Ha ha ha, that's great. Ashikaga Yoshimasa's laughter once again resounded in the tent. Because the 5-star Army's 3 strong armies had suddenly retreated from the battlefield, Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who was originally prepared to withdraw from the Japanese Empire, made a new decision. He wanted to shed blood, he wanted to win back everything that he had lost. Regarding this, the 5-star Army on the other side didn't know about this. They still continued to do as they pleased, slowly pushing forward the battle line, slowly moving towards Musashi Prefecture. In the next 2 days, under the careful supervision of the 2 commanders, Tense and Kushuada, they took down another outlying county of Musashi Prefecture. They were one step closer to success. After a day of hurrying, the soldiers were a little tired. In the evening, they started to cook early. Other than the necessary sentries, the rest of the main forces went to sleep. They needed to accumulate enough strength for the next day. Compared to the silence of the 5-star Army's camp, 10 li in front of them, 100,000 Japanese army was slowly approaching. The one leading the Japanese Empire's Supreme General, Ashikaga Yoshimasa, and his deputy, Maori Regularization. This time, all of the 100,000 soldiers were brought out. Clearly, they were prepared to go all out. This might be their last chance. If they won, they would rise again. If they lost, they would retreat. The 2 of them walked in the middle of the group. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Before they saw the final result, their hearts were hanging high. The agreed time was getting closer and closer. The 2 of them were like defendants waiting to be judged by the judge. Their breathing became a lot heavier. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, the time that was supposed to come came. When it was midnight, the sound of battle cries could be heard from the distance. Then, flames soared into the sky, illuminating the horizon and turning it red. Ha! They finally made their move. Pass down my order, all troops attack. Supreme General, Ashikaga Yoshimasa, looked at the scene in front of him. Naturally, he was very excited. After a loud shout, the 100,000 Japanese Empire in front and behind him increased their speed and rushed straight ahead. At this time, the 5-star Army's camp was in a mess. Corpses covered the ground. The smell of blood rushed to the nose and throat. There were military tents that were still burning. Fukada Tani, who was in full armor, was riding majestically on a tall horse and commanding the army. This time, he suddenly launched a night attack and caught Sensei Naganabu off guard. He killed thousands of people and captured countless people. He perfectly completed the mission given to him by the Supreme General. If there was a flaw, it would be that Sensei Naganabu used the chaos and the night to escape. But it didn't matter. He was just a stray dog. Fukada Tani didn't care about him at all. At this moment, he seemed to see the position of Supreme General getting closer and closer. It was almost within his reach. When Ashikaga Yoshimasa arrived with the army, he saw this scene. Seeing that the Supreme General had arrived, Shintienya put away the smile on his face and stepped forward to report the results of the battle excitedly. His saliva was really scattered all over the sky. At this moment, even if Ashikaga Yoshimasa didn't like Fukada Tani, he had to admit that the other party still had some charm and ability. At least, he completed the mission very well. So after listening to everything, he patted Fukada Tani's shoulder and said, "Very good, the next Supreme General is you. Now, we have to follow up the victory and completely defeat the 5-star Army. We have to take back everything that originally belonged to us. Yes. I am willing to be the vanguard and contribute to the new Japanese Empire." As if he was infected, Fukada Tani once again took the initiative to ask for the order. "Good, then I will have to trouble Kun Fukada." Ashikaga Yoshimasa nodded with satisfaction. Someone was willing to take the initiative to be the vanguard. That was really something to be happy about. Fukata Valley left, and he personally led his army of 50,000 to pursue the enemy. Behind him was Mori Masanori, who was also leading an army of 50,000. At the very back was Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who was leading an army of 50,000. Chapter 1129. A total of 150,000 soldiers charged forward like a long dragon, chasing after the 5-star army. It could be said that they were invincible. They did not even need Maori regularization to do anything as they continued to advance. Along the way, they could see the corpses of the 5-star army soldiers lying on the ground. Unfortunately, most of them were from the Japanese Empire. Although Maori regularization could not bear to see them die, he knew that these people had betrayed them and deserved to die. After thinking about killing all of the Sensei Naganobu's men, it should be the Han people next. He could not help but become excited. The night passed by as they chased each other. By the time the next day dawned, they had already traveled 30 to 40 kilometers. When the sun rose and shone on their bodies, they felt a warm feeling. Fatigue also surged through their bodies. Reporting to General, the scouts at the front have sent news that General Fukata Tani's army has disappeared. Just as Maoli was lazily stretching his back on his horse, a personal guard walked over and said something that made him turn pale with fright. Disappeared? Could it be that they ran too fast and lost track of them? Maori regularization felt that something was wrong, but he did not think of the worst possibility. We didn't lose them, but they deliberately hid. General, we are surrounded by tall mountains. If someone wants to hide, it won't be easy to find them. The bodyguard didn't dare to speak nonsense without evidence, but he still had the ability to remind the general. They deliberately hid? How is that possible? Mao Lijeng still had a look of disbelief on his face, but soon his eyes widened. Clearly, he had thought of a possibility. He suddenly shouted, "Pass down the order, pass down the order, stop advancing and retreat immediately." If Fukata Tani deliberately disappeared, then there was a big problem. The worst and most likely result was that he did not intend to help the general at all. On the contrary, he did all this to lure them into a trap. Maori regularization came to a realization, but it was too late. Because just as he ordered the army to stop, and before the order had even reached the ears of the 50,000 soldiers, deafening battle cries suddenly came from the surrounding mountains. Then, countless bright-colored 5-star army soldiers covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if a large blanket was about to wrap them up completely. When the battle cries sounded, Maori regularization's expression became very bad. He did not think that the worst result would happen. Speaking of his previous impression of Fukata Tani, whether it was Maori regularization or Supreme General Ashikaga Yoshimasa, they did not completely trust him. According to the previous plan, they would only attack when the 5-star army was defeated. But the strange thing was that the beginning of the battle was too smooth. Fukata Tani actually burned down the granary, and there were so many Japanese army corpses on the ground. Maori regularization also carefully looked at the corpses and found that the people on the ground had indeed died not long ago. It was all of this that dispelled all of Maori regularization's worries. Now that he thought about it, he was still too anxious. Even if Fukata Tani really fought with them against the 5-star army, with his strength, how could he do all of this so easily? It was completely because he was forced too hard. Now that he finally saw the light of hope, he threw himself into it without caring about anything else. There's no need to retreat. Tell everyone to shrink the formation and resist as much as possible. As long as we can hold on for a while, the Supreme General will definitely send troops to save us. Maori regularization was worthy of being a commander for many years. When he saw the qualitative change in the situation, he immediately changed the battlefield strategy. However, facing the 5-star army that had been prepared for a long time, even if Maori regularization's orders were accurate, once they reached here, everything would be over. 5 foreign divisions, plus more than 100,000 Japanese army led by Fukada Tani and Sensei Naganabu, a total of more than 200,000 people. And this was after they were prepared to deal with only 50,000 Maori regularization. There was no suspense at all about the result. The fierce battle began. Countless soldiers of the 5-star army rushed towards the Japanese army that was surrounded. The sound of swords clashing could be heard endlessly. Under the great momentum, after resisting for less than an hour, the Japanese army's defensive formation began to show various loopholes. Gradually, the Japanese army began to surrender and kneel on the ground. The outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Not far from the center of the battlefield, Sensei Naganabu looked at Fukada Tani, who was also riding a tall horse, with a trace of envy and said, "Kun Fukada, this time you have made a great contribution. Bugnam of Gojoseon will definitely record it down." "Ha ha ha, Meiji-kun, I'll take your blessings. In fact, Bugnam of Gojoseon has already promised me the benefits I need. I'm very satisfied." When Fukada Tani said this, there was an unconcealable excitement on his face. Yes, the reason why the Maori regularization was surrounded was all because of Fukada Tani's betrayal. Ever since the Maori regularization appeared in front of him and spoke sincerely, Fukada Tani was not moved at all. However, he still pretended to accept everything in order to make a great contribution. Just like when the Maori regularization left, Fukada Tani went to find the 7th Army's commander, Tian Su, and the 1st Reserve Division's commander, Su Kuda, and told them everything that had just happened. Fukada Tani's IQ was not low at all. He was chosen by Ashikaga Yoshimasa to stay in Qing and Beijing. He clearly understood the situation. The so-called Supreme General of the Japanese Empire was nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn. He would not be able to jump around for more than a few days. Not to mention, with what he had done, it would be strange if Ashikaga Yoshimasa would forgive him. The position of Supreme General. Only a fool would believe it so easily. Cooperating with such a person was simply courting death. Take advantage of your weakness to take your life. At this juncture, the most important thing was to find a way to step on him and maximize the benefits. In order to ensure that his rights and interests were not lost, Fukada Tani took the initiative to find Tian Su and Su Kuda to report his work. From this point alone, it could be seen that he was very cautious. It was as if he was afraid that if he only went to find one of the commanders, the matter would be leaked and he would lose the credit. Fukada Tani underestimated Tian Su and Su Kuda. The former was the commander of Ling Feng Lu and had a limitless future. The latter was the commander of the 1st Reserve Division and was in charge of 30,000 veterans. His future was also unpredictable. How could these two people steal Fukada Tani's credit? Therefore, this news was quickly sent to Yang Qindong in Qing and Beijing in the form of a telegram. Not long after, a telegram came back. First, he praised Fukada Tani's loyalty. Then, he stated that the 500,000 taels of benefits given by Ashikaga Yoshimasa were all for Fukada Tani's personal use. Not only that, once the Japanese Empire became a province of Yangxia, if he wanted, he could stay in the Japanese Empire and become a true supreme general. This was Yang Qindong's breadth of mind. His vision had never been limited to a city or a place. His goal was the entire world. A small Japanese empire was nothing to him. Not to mention, when the Japanese Empire became a province in the future, it was necessary to have a local supreme general. Only then could they avoid more internal friction. Fukada Tani's ability to lead troops into battle was average, but he was smart enough to see the situation clearly. Yang Qindong was very relieved to have someone like him manage the military of the Japanese Empire in the future. After Tian Su and Su Kuda read the telegram, it was sent to Fukada Tani. He was extremely excited and repeatedly said that he would fully cooperate with the 5-star Army's military operation and fight a beautiful battle for the world to see. Tian Su and Su Kuda, who originally wanted to show off and prove themselves, would not let go of such an opportunity. After the three of them discussed, they came up with a military plan to lure the enemy in and surround them to destroy them. Everything was going smoothly. The Maori regularization was surrounded by more than 4 times the number of soldiers, completely cutting off any thoughts of escape. At this moment, Fukada Tani's face was full of smiles and joy. The surrounded Maori regularization was still struggling to lead his troops. From time to time, he would anxiously look behind him. He was waiting for the arrival of the Supreme General. With 50,000 reinforcements arriving, the gap in strength would be reduced. They would still have the strength to fight. At the very least, their chances of breaking out of the encirclement would be much higher. Unfortunately, the Maori regularization was destined not to be able to wait for reinforcements. At this moment, Ashikaga Yoshimasa was not feeling good either. He, who was following behind, had also fallen into the trap of the 5-star army. At this moment, he was surrounded by 30,000 veterans of the 1st Reserve Division and the 7th Army, who were all armed with firearms. At daybreak, such a scene appeared in front of him. While Ashikaga Yoshimasa was shocked, he also felt a sense of powerlessness. He did not expect the situation in front of him to be like this. There were still too many questions that he did not understand. Taking advantage of the fact that the two sides were only surrounding each other and had not yet engaged in battle, Ashikaga Yoshimasa took the initiative to ride to the front of the army. He asked the 2 division commanders, Tian-su and Su-kuda, who were opposite him, "The 2 of you, I admit defeat this time. Before I fight to the death, there is one thing that I would like to clarify. Seeing that I may die, please tell me the answer. Don't let me be a confused ghost, okay?" Ashikaga Yoshimasa lowered his noble head just to ask a question. As the soon-to-be victors, Tian-su and Su-kuda, of course, would fulfill his request. Tian-su took the initiative to say, "Okay, as long as your question does not involve any military secrets, we can consider telling you the answer." "Thank you." Imitating the Han people, Ashikaga Yoshimasa clasped his fist and bowed again. Then, he raised his head and asked, "Last night, your camp was ablaze. That should be the rations being burned, right? Also, there were so many corpses on the ground. I saw that they were indeed people who died not long ago. I want to ask, what is going on?" Chapter 1130. If it weren't for the existence of these 2 facts, with Ashikaga Yoshimasa's suspicious personality, why would he take the initiative to chase after them? If that was the case, they wouldn't be trapped now. These 2 questions were really puzzling, but they didn't involve any military secrets. After Tian-su and Su-ku exchanged glances, Tian-su laughed and said, "Okay, then we'll fulfill your wish and let you be a ghost who understands everything. To tell you the truth, the provisions were indeed burned, but it's just moldy food. It can only emit the smell, but it can't be eaten. As for the corpses of the dead Japanese army soldiers, it's even easier to explain. During this period of time, there were many people in your country who opposed our 5-star army. They took the opportunity to burn, kill, and loot, and did all kinds of evil. Because of this, many of them were captured. I just didn't expect them to play such a role before they died, but thinking about it, it's worth it." As soon as Tian-su's voice fell, Ashikaga Yoshimasa's face became very ugly. He didn't expect that those who died were actually his own people who opposed the 5-star army. Those who were supposed to support him were now mercilessly killed on the battlefield, and became bait for his own destruction. This scene was really unacceptable. Ashikaga Yoshimasa sat on the horse as if he was scared silly. Using this opportunity, the 5-star army launched a general attack. Ashikaga Yoshimasa, whose will was affected, no longer had the energy to command the army. Coupled with the all-out assault of the 7th Army, the battle became one-sided from the beginning. Just before the sky turned dark, the main force of the Japanese army who lost the will to resist was destroyed, and most of them were captured. Among them, Ashikaga Yoshimasa and Maori regularization died in the battle. Even before they died, their final plan to escape from the Japanese Empire was not realized. The news of General Ashikaga Yoshimasa's death on the battlefield was spread by some deserters. The Japanese Naval Division General Kuroda Naganori, who was preparing to meet him in Chenglu Prefecture, quickly left on a ship, taking 100,000 Japanese Army Navy Division and disappeared into the vast sea. Even if the 5-star Army Navy Division and Navy Division went all out to chase after him, they still couldn't find him. When the news was passed back to Yang Qindong, although there was a trace of regret, he still gave the order to stop the chase. For the sake of a stray dog who escaped, sending 2 elite Navy divisions to chase after him was meaningless. With the escape of Kuroda, the general situation of the Japanese Empire was already set. The next step was to encircle and annihilate some of the opposition forces in the remote areas and re-establish the political system. It was not the first time that Yang Shi had occupied other forces, so he was already familiar with the way. In less than 5 days, Du Jin, who had come from Korea, arrived here. He was the governor of Wu province appointed by Yang Qindong. Judging from the time, he should have received the news a long time ago. At this point, the War of the Japanese Empire lasted 14 months from January 1458 to February 1459. The Japanese Empire became a part of Yang Xie's territory and changed its name to Japan Province. The governor was Du Jin, and the general was Fukada Tani. In order to maintain the stability and prosperity of Japan Province, not only did Yang Xie open a lot of businesses here, but Yang Qindong also allowed 100,000 soldiers and 100,000 navy divisions to stay here. At the same time that Shaowei Province was established, many mines were being developed at the same time. According to Yang Qindong's memories from his previous life, many mines that would take many years to be discovered were being developed one by one, especially silver mines. It could be imagined that with so many silver mines being developed, it would be a great financial support for Yang Xie's forces. Of course, these things were handed over to the new governor, Du Jin, to deal with. As Japan Province was established and gradually stabilized, Yang Qindong's eyes began to move to the west, which was Baiming and the grasslands. Before this, a piece of news first appeared in front of Yang Qindong. According to Su Yozhen, 50,000 Baiming Navy divisions had arrived at Japan Province's South Sea Road. Because communication was blocked, these people didn't know that the Japanese Empire had been replaced by Yang Xie's Japan Province. They're here to give you a gift. Alright, accept it. After receiving the news, Yang Qindong laughed and gave the order. In reality, this wasn't a coincidence. It was something that Yang Qindong had planned for a long time. Even the 4th Army Division, the 1st Cavalry Division, and the new army had been mobilized from the battlefield to welcome these 50,000 Baiming Navy divisions. 50,000 Baiming Navy divisions weren't much, not to mention that they had just been established, so their fighting strength was mediocre. The reason why Yang Qindong attached so much importance to them was to attack Baiming Navy divisions and use this name to make a move against Baiming. Yes, Yang Qindong had already decided to go to war with Baiming. Since the other party wanted to attack the new Second Army, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Of course, he had to return the favor. As for whether this battle would be a partial one or a full-scale one, it would depend on the development of the situation. Baiming Navy divisions naturally knew Yang Qindong's intentions. Especially the Navy Division General Song Yong. At this moment, he was standing on a ship in high spirits, looking at the Japanese army soldiers and civilians who were lining the streets to welcome him. South Sea Road, Tosa Prefecture. This place was close to the coastline and was also the only way for various forces to enter this place. Now, in front of the largest dock here, there were tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians of the Japanese Empire. They were shouting the slogan of the Celestial Empire to welcome the guests from afar. Song Yong, who was leading a group of Baiming Navy divisions, had a full smile on his face. He was very happy in his heart. Everything in front of him made him very excited. After all, it would be strange if he wasn't in a good mood after receiving such a welcome. What made him the happiest was that on the way here, they had encountered the 5-star army at sea. At that time, he was very nervous. Everyone knew that the 5-star Army's Navy divisions were very powerful. Just when Song Yong was sweating cold sweat and was thinking about whether to return the fleet or not, the 5-star Army's Navy divisions suddenly retreated. It was as if they were afraid of them. The difference between heaven and earth made Song Yong a little confused, but he quickly remembered that he was representing Baiming. Even if the great Ming dynasty was divided into two, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was still not something that anyone could spy on. It was precisely because of this experience that Song Yong was full of confidence in this operation. Even the powerful 5-star Army's Navy divisions didn't dare to be enemies with him. What else was there to be afraid of? As a result, his task this time should be very simple. Along the way, his mood became very happy. When he arrived at the island of the Japanese Empire, he saw the huge crowd here to welcome him. The trace of worry he had disappeared. Song Yong's mood was very good. With his hands behind his back, he walked forward steadily with a confident smile on his face. It gave people the feeling that as soon as they appeared here, they would be able to quickly solve the crisis here. After Song Yong got off the ship and received a warm welcome, more and more Baiming soldiers also got off the ship one after another. After drifting on the sea for so many days, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. Now that they could walk on land, and they were so welcomed, it was a very wonderful thing. The person in charge of welcoming Song Yong was a Japanese army general called Okabe Uchiyama. It was said that he was a very important general under Ashikaga Yoshimasa. He was responsible for receiving Song Yong and his party. This Okabe Uchiyama, who was not very tall and even looked a little wretched, seemed to be very good at grasping people's hearts. He had a smile on his face that made people feel like they were bathing in spring. He accompanied Song Yong all the way to a small town not far from the dock. General Song, we thank the great Ming Empire for sending troops to support us. In order to express our gratitude, the great Ming Empire has prepared food and wine, as well as beautiful women. We will certainly not let General Song down. At the same time, Okabe Uchiyama took out 2 banknotes worth 100,000 silver from his arms like a magic trick and put them in Song Yong's hand when no one was looking. Song Yong's eyes only glanced at the banknotes. After seeing the amount on it, the originally very happy Song Yong's face became even redder. He didn't expect to have such a harvest. It was said that the Japanese Empire was a small country, poor and pitiful. He thought that coming here would be difficult, but now it seems that this was not the case. It has to be said that the great Ming Empire's people were prejudiced. Under the Confucian education, they seemed to be the only orthodox people in the world, and they were the most powerful. Because of this, they had a sense of superiority, but if they underestimated the great Ming Empire, it was only a matter of time before they suffered a big loss. Back to the topic, Song Yong held the banknotes in his arms and patted his chest in joy as he said to Okabe Uchiyama, General Okabe, you can rest assured. With our Baiming Navy here, the 5-star army will not dare to act rashly. They are only the subjects of Bugnam of Gojoseon. How could they dare to become enemies with the Emperor of Baiming? Good, with General Song's words, that's great. And, how about this, let's drink and eat first. In the words of the Han people, it's a welcoming dinner for everyone. After that, we'll go and rest. Hee, I've arranged a surprise for General Song in the room. As for the 5-star army, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okabe Uchiyama's eyes were squinted, and he was smiling so much that his eyes almost disappeared. He was expressing his joy. Of course, Song Yong knew what an unexpected surprise was. He had just seen a lot of girls from the Japanese Empire in the crowd. They were all dressed up beautifully, and their eyes were like silk. Their faces were so soft that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of them. There were a lot of girls, and they had already attracted the attention of the Baiming Navy soldiers. Okabe Uchiyama had also intentionally mentioned the word beautiful, so how could he not know what it meant? Ha, good, then I will have to trouble General Okabe. General Song is too polite. This is what we should do. You are here to help us. Okabe Uchiyama continued to laugh. Those girls were indeed from the Japanese Empire, but they were different from normal girls from the Japanese Empire. They were the family members of the great generals and the soldiers. Now that the great general was dead, as the family members and relatives, they naturally needed an explanation. In the end, after some consideration, Okabe Uchiyama gathered them together and started a sex business. Chapter 1131. Unlike the women in the brothel, they were only responsible for solving the personal problems of the soldiers. When the matter was reported to Yang Qindong, he hesitated for a while, but in the end, he did not refuse. On the contrary, he gave a name to these women, calling them comfort women. Speaking of which, this was naturally not tolerated by the great Ming dynasty and even the thousands of years of Huaxia's Confucianism. However, when he thought of what happened in Nanjing in his previous life, and how many women in Huaxia were harmed by the Japanese Empire, he could not bear to do it. He took it as an interest. What Yang Qindong did not expect was that when the children of the sinners found out that they did not need to die, and only needed to serve the men, and if they performed well, they could even get money to help the sinners get out of trouble. Most of them did not object, and instead, they were excited that they could do something for their families. This was the nature of servility and lowliness. After hearing about this, Yang Qindong finally did not say anything. Even when the eighth madam found out about this, she did not say anything. First of all, these were the children of the sinners, and it would be unreasonable if they were not punished. Second of all, in the Japanese Empire, men were superior to women. Now that they had a chance to wash away all the shame, this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Of course, Junko also asked Yang Qindong about this matter. She meant that the daughters of the sinners could do this, but the ordinary people did not need to do this. Otherwise, what would the men of the Japanese Empire do? Yang Qindong, who did not agree to this, quickly satisfied Junko's request. He stipulated that only the daughters of the sinners could enter the comfort women. If there was any coercion, no matter who was involved, no matter what level of authority was involved, they would all be severely punished. In this way, an independent group of women appeared, and the first task they received was to entertain the 50,000 Baiming soldiers who came from afar. They wanted to make them happy and satisfied, so that they would put down all their vigilance, and work hard for the next plan. Under special arrangements, more and more women from the Japanese Empire were brought to the temporary barracks of the Baiming Navy outside the town. Because there were too many wolves and too little meat, it was said that there were some disputes when it was almost night time. Some soldiers even had internal strife and fights because of the lack of women. Of course, this was only a small matter, because in the middle of the night, something even bigger happened. Countless soldiers of the 5-star army suddenly appeared like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. With lightning speed, they took control of the 50,000 Baiming Navy soldiers. Many soldiers could not understand this sudden scene. Some of them put on their clothes and picked up their weapons to resist, but they were quickly suppressed. In the face of the 5-star army, who was many times stronger than them in terms of both numbers and combat power, and they were completely unprepared, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The 50,000 Baiming Navy soldiers were all captured, and even the soldiers who stayed on the ships did not have the chance to escape. They were all wiped out by the 5-star army. The last one was Song Yong, who was enjoying the pleasure of a man in the town. When he was sleeping soundly with a woman from the Japanese Empire in each of his arms, the 5-star army suddenly rushed into his room and made him fall from heaven to hell. The naked Song Yong was pulled out of his bed with his butt naked. Song Yong didn't wake up until his body touched the ground and he felt the coldness of the neon soil in February. Then, he shouted, "What are you doing? I am the general of the Baiming Navy, and I am here to help you. Are you trying to rebel?" Song Yong's shout was not soft, but no one cared. When he was dragged all the way to the main hall of the room, under the bright lights, he saw Yang Qindong sitting on the main seat. He was wearing a green robe, and his entire body was emitting an oppressive aura. Yang Qindong was not just a name, but a famous person. Although there was no photography at that time, there were many excellent artists. Yang Qindong's appearance had long been spread among the people. Song Yong was a general who commanded 50,000 soldiers, and this time, he was going to make things difficult for the 5-star army. How could he not recognize him? So when he saw Yang Qindong sitting on the main seat, his brain instantly short-circuited. He did not expect Yang Qindong to appear here. For a moment, he reflexively said, Bugnam of Gojoseon, why are you here? Should be facing the siege of the Japanese army in Qing and Beijing. Humph, ignorant guy. Let me tell you, the Japanese Empire is gone. Before you could even set foot on this land, it had already been conquered by this king. Yang Qindong's voice carried a trace of ridicule. The dignified Baiming actually sent such a good-for-nothing general to deal with him. He did not know if he should say that the other party was ignorant or arrogant. Like a bolt from the blue, when these words entered Song Yong's ears, he was so shocked that he could not speak. The powerful Japanese Empire was actually defeated and conquered by the Five-Star Army. He wanted to say that this was impossible, but when he thought of Yang Qindong's previous actions, it seemed that it was not impossible. Especially now that he was surrounded by the Five-Star Army's generals and soldiers, and there was no Japanese army around. There were also no sounds of killing. This was enough to prove everything. Song Yong was not a general with a backbone. The only reason he was able to be in his current position was because he was smooth and slick. Now that he knew that the situation was not good for him, the only thing he could think of was to save himself. In front of so many Five-Star Army's generals, Song Yong knelt on the ground and crawled at Yang Qindong's feet. Under the light, his white but was very dazzling. Bugnam of Gojoseon, this general was wrong. I should not have come to be your enemy. But all of this was the emperor's will. This general did not dare to disobey. Don't worry, as long as you let me go back, I will definitely not be an enemy of the Five-Star Army. I am willing to swear. With snot and tears, Song Yong did not have the demeanor of a general at all. But right now, not only did his appearance not make people feel any pity or sympathy, it only made him receive countless disdain. In front of so many generals, if he had some backbone, even if he died, he would still receive everyone's respect. But kneeling and begging for mercy was the most cowardly display. Soldiers were cowardly, while generals were cowardly. It could be imagined that even the general leading the army was like this. It would be strange if they could train qualified and outstanding soldiers. Yang Qindong was also speechless at Song Yong's current appearance. He originally thought that the other party would appear and reprimand him. After all, from a righteous point of view, the other party had received the order of the Emperor of Baiming, while he was just a king. He had even planned to talk back to him, but he never thought that the other party would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. This made him unable to say a lot of the words he had prepared. Of course, Song Yong's fear of death made it much easier for Yang Qindong to carry out the next military plan. First, he rolled his eyes at Song Yong, who was kneeling on the ground. Then, he turned his gaze to Yang Er, who was standing next to him. He then covered Song Yong with a sheet. Although the thin sheet couldn't play an absolute role in this cold weather, it could still cover his face. I'll leave the rest to you. Yang Qindong suddenly lost interest. A person who was so afraid of death, as long as he didn't take his life, he would not refuse to do anything he wanted him to do. After saying this to Beta Persei, Yang Qindong said to the commander of the 4th Army Division, Ling Daqiang, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, Tian Hu, and the commander of the new army, Su He, who were waiting at the side. The three of you, go back and prepare. The army will set off tomorrow morning. Yes. The three generals who had always been arrogant, after hearing Yang Qindong's words, they all respectfully lowered their heads and answered. At the same time, the three of them were also very excited. After such a long time, could they finally compete with the Baiming army? After Yang Qindong left, Beta Persei did not leave with him. Instead, he appeared in front of Song Yong, who was kneeling on the ground, with a smile on his face. General Song, it's time for us to have a good talk, but I don't know if you're willing to cooperate. Don't worry, even if you don't cooperate, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll make you feel worse than death. Although Beta Persei had a smile on his face, Song Yong felt a chill and a sense of danger. He immediately said desperately, General, please rest assured that I will cooperate. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything, A few hours later, when the sky had just brightened, tens of thousands of the 5-star army boarded Baiming's ships and disappeared. In just one day, the docks in Tosa Prefecture regained its tranquility. If it was someone who did not know, they would not be able to imagine that this place would be so lively yesterday. Shaojing City. Tomorrow was the 20th day, which meant that he only had one night to delay. He had to make a decision whether to surrender or fight. Sitting in the study room, the candlelight reflected on his face. He had only been surrounded for a few months, but at this moment, he looked a lot paler than before. Mental exhaustion was the reason for all of this. Originally, he was just a Mongolian general, and he was even the kind of general who was not valued. In the past, even eating and dressing had been a problem. However, everything changed after meeting Yang Qindong. He was put in an important position and was treated better. Especially the trust he had in Yang Qindong made him feel like he was willing to die for his bosom friend. Especially after he became the commander of the new Second Army, he was ready to go all out. He wanted to let everyone know that the sixth young master did not misjudge him. He had such strength, and most importantly, he had such loyalty. Chapter 1132. Everything was destroyed as the two cities of Shaojing and Jingzhou were besieged. At this moment, the fate of hundreds of thousands of people and tens of thousands of soldiers was in his own hands. Perhaps a wrong decision would cause everyone to lose their lives, or perhaps a wrong decision would allow everyone to continue living. The choice had made Shibi very anxious. He had sent telegrams to Yang Qindong more than once to express his worries. He had also asked him to lead the new Second Army to break out of the encirclement. In this way, the hundreds of thousands of people in the two cities might suffer. Under the heavy encirclement, he could not guarantee how many people in the new Second Army could escape. But at least he did not lower his head. He lived up to the trust Yang Qindong had in him. However, everything came to an abrupt end with a new telegram from Yang Qindong. It clearly said, the changes in the situation often catch people off guard. But thinking back to the humiliation of Han Xian and the suffering of the King of Yu, it all proves that temporarily lowering your head and lying low is also a wise move. As for where to go, no matter what decision you make, I believe in you. It was a simple sentence. There was no deliberate guidance or command. It was a sentence that placed all the initiative in his hands. But the more it was like this, the more Shibi felt the weight of the responsibility. He could not make a decision for a long time. Master, outside the door, Division Commander Kong Ji and Guard Captain Wu asked to see you. Just when Shibi was still struggling in his heart and could not make any decision, the voice of the butler sounded outside the door. Kong Ji, the division commander of the 1st Cavalry Division of the new Second Army, could be said to be second only to Shibi in the army. In other words, once something happened to Shibi, Kong Ji would be the temporary division commander of the new Second Army. This was also what Yang Qindong had said when he established the new Second Army. Wu Xiaoyi, Shibi's guard captain, was not only strong, but also loyal. It could be said that he was the last line of defense to ensure Shibi's safety. When something big happened, Shibi would discuss it with him. It could be seen that he was also a very important figure in the new Second Army. It was these two people who came together in the night. Even Shibi did not pay attention to them. Please. Soon, the housekeeper brought the two of them into the study. Knowing that there was something important to discuss, the housekeeper took the initiative to leave and closed the door. When there were only 3 people left in the room, the atmosphere could not help but become a little tense. Perhaps everyone knew that time was limited, so after a few moments of silence, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division took the initiative to ask, Commander, tomorrow is the deadline given by Baiming. What's your decision? Shibi didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked, what do you two think? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense again. The 3 of them knew that every decision would affect the life and death of hundreds of thousands of people. But no matter how difficult it was, the decision still had to be made. After Division Commander Kong Ji and the guard captain Wu Xiaoyi looked at each other, the former said, Commander, Shaojing City is now surrounded by Baiming's army. There is a shortage of food in the city. Even the soldiers have changed from 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. Their combat strength is going to decline. Under such circumstances, we may have to surrender. As soon as Kang Ji finished speaking, the guard captain Wu Xiaoyi on the side agreed. That's right. We are too weak. If we fight head-on, we won't have a good ending. So I agree to surrender to Baiming. The two right-hand men spoke at the same time. After hearing this, Shibi's face became very ugly. She even trembled all over. Obviously, she was very angry. Under such circumstances, Kang Ji didn't seem to see it. He still asked, "Commander, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? Of course I don't agree. So what if we die? At most, we will be a hero again after 18 years. But if we really surrender to Baiming, we will be cutting ourselves off from the 5th Star Army and the 6th Young Master. When that time comes, do you think you can live with your conscience? Even if we survive, we will be struggling at death's door. So, I will never surrender. At most, we will fight until both sides suffer. I believe that with a strong defense, even Baiming's army won't be able to take advantage of us. Even if we lose in the end, we will take a bite out of them." Shibi said these words with a face full of anger. It was completely different from his usual calmness. He was really angry. He didn't expect that the two people he trusted the most would choose to surrender. This was what he couldn't stand. With this angry shout, Kang Ji and Wu Xiaoyi instantly became mute. Obviously, they didn't expect that the usually calm and resourceful commander would act so crazily. However, after a few moments, Kang Ji was the first to react. He also said in a very emotional tone, "Commander, are you really going to choose to fight head-on? Don't you know that if you really do this, it means that hundreds of thousands of people will die? How can you bear to do this?" "Of course I can't bear to do this, but compared to the 6th Young Master's importance, I am more unwilling to betray him even if it means death." Shibi's voice was resolute and decisive. At this moment, it seemed like Shibi had made the final decision. Shibi was the commander of an army. If he made this decision, then the matter was basically settled. Therefore, these words were the final decision. If nothing unexpected happened, Rong Xiao would come to the residence tomorrow and get this result. Kang Ji and Wu Xiaoyi should have been furious when they heard the result. After all, their lives had been lost as well. However, for some reason, not only were they not angry, they even chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha ha." Xia Biao had been waiting for the two of them to interrogate him, and had even prepared himself for a big fight, when he suddenly heard endless laughter. At this moment, even he didn't know what was going on, so he looked at the two of them. Kang Ji and Wu Xiaoyi stood at attention almost at the same time, then solemnly saluted him. "Commander, we are sorry. Just now, we were just testing you. In fact, we have the same thoughts as you. We can't let down the 5-Star Army, and we can't let down Bugnam of Gojoseon." Shibi saw the two's actions. At this moment, he finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "To be honest, the two of you really made me angry just now. I thought there was something wrong with my eyes again. Hee, we can't learn from people like Su Yuan. I was personally chosen by the 6th Young Master. How could I do such a thing?" "That's right." First, he reprimanded Su Yuan verbally. Then, Kang Ji continued, "Commander, your choice and loyalty are admirable and we should learn from you. However, the matter of Shaojing City cannot be delayed. We must give you an explanation." "What explanation do you need?" "Of course, we refuse to surrender and prepare to fight." This time, Shibi said without hesitation. "No." Unexpectedly, Kang Ji, who just said that they couldn't let down the 5-Star Army and Bugnam of Gojoseon, changed his mind. "Commander, we can't fight. If we fight, our new 2nd Army will definitely be defeated. Even the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the two cities won't be any better. We can't fight. Then we have to surrender. This time, Shibi was confused by Kang Ji's words. That's right, we can only surrender. Kang Ji's voice was firm as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Xiaoyi, who had been silent for a long time, said, we can only surrender. Commander, this is what we think. For the entire night, the candlelight in the study room never went out. As for what the three of them talked about, even the housekeeper who was in charge of guarding the door didn't know. The sky was finally bright, and those who were supposed to come would come. Just after breakfast, the merchant Rong Xiao, accompanied by the infantry division commander Su Yuan, appeared at the headquarters of the new Second Army. Not only them, but there were also hundreds of infantry soldiers who came with them. They were all armed. The appearance of these people was a signal. If Shibi didn't agree to surrender, they would be responsible for protecting Su Yuan and Rong Xiao until they safely left the headquarters of the new Second Army. They were even willing to fight among themselves. In the main hall of the headquarters of the new Second Army, Shibi sat there quietly. Although it was not late for the entire night, his eyes were still bright and full of spirit. At this moment, he was sitting there and watching everything that happened in the courtyard with an expressionless face. Especially when he saw Su Yuan appear with hundreds of soldiers, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Su Yuan, are you planning to rebel? Under Shibi's leadership for many years, Su Yuan was more or less a little afraid. However, when he saw Rong Xiao beside him and the soldiers behind him, he couldn't help but feel a little more confident. Commander, you know that I won't be your enemy. I'm only doing this to protect myself. I knew you wouldn't have the guts to do so. Seeing Su Yuan take the initiative to show weakness, Shibi snorted coldly. Then, he looked at Rong Xiao and said, you're here for an answer, right? General Shi is wise. You said 20 days will pass, but I wonder what you'll choose. Rong Xiao chuckled and spoke with the attitude of a victor. Sigh. After letting out a long sigh, Shibi did not immediately answer. Instead, he first raised his head to look at the sky before standing up with a sad expression. He walked into his courtyard and knelt on the ground under everyone's gazes. He was kneeling in the direction of the beginning city. Sixth young master, I've let you down. If you want to be angry, you can just kill or torture me. I'm doing this for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and citizens. Chapter 1133. Rong Xiao, who was watching from the side, couldn't help showing a hint of fondness in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of the result that the other party was going to give. It seemed that Shibi had made the decision to surrender. If so, he could take down Sha Jing and Jingzhou without shedding any blood. As the executor, he would make a great contribution. At that time, his future would be limitless. As Rong Xiao expected, after a while, Shibi stood up and made the decision to surrender to Baiming, but he still put forward two conditions. First, everything he had now was given by Bugnam of Gojoseon, so he would never be his enemy. He could help Baiming deal with other enemies, except for Yang Xia and the 5-star army. Second, no one could hurt the 100,000 people in Shajing and Jingzhou. Even if they did something extreme, as long as they didn't rebel against Baiming, no one could be caught, let alone killed. If Baiming could agree to the two conditions, as the commander of the new Second Army, Shibi could draft a letter of surrender to Baiming and announce it to the world. Shibi finally made a decision, and it was a decision that satisfied him. Rong Xiao was already very happy, so he nodded and agreed, General Shibi's two conditions, I agree on behalf of Baiming. Please write the letter to the world now. There's no hurry. Let's talk about it after you write down the two conditions. To be honest, I don't trust you. She looked at Rong Xiao with some disdain. Her eyes were extremely cold. Well said, well said. But before that, shouldn't General Shibi express something first? After all, I can't completely trust you. Rong Xiao rolled his eyes, suppressing the anger in his heart from being looked down upon, and said thoughtfully. Yes, but how should I express it? Shibi asked back. This. Rong Xiao first glanced at Su Yuan beside him, then said thoughtfully, "Why don't you give the order to completely hand over the safety of Shajing City to General Su? This way, you can show your sincerity." Although Su Yuan was still the commander of the new Second Army's infantry division, it seemed that he had already surrendered to Baiming. With him in charge of the city's safety, Rong Xiao and Baiming would be relieved. Shibi naturally knew this, so after pondering for a moment, he nodded and agreed, "Okay, I agree." "Ha ha ha, good." Rong Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Once Su Yuan was in charge of the city's defense, it would be difficult for Shibi to go back on his word. At the very least, if they really fought, Su Yuan would only need to open the city gates and Baiming's army would be able to rush in. At that time, with the advantage of more than 10 times their military strength, victory would definitely belong to them. Forced, Shibi finally made the decision to surrender. Although this was betraying Yang Qindong, it also saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. When the news first spread out from the city, when it came from the mouth of Infantry Division Commander Su Yuan, many of the soldiers and commoners in the city who heard this news all shed tears. Most of them joined Yang Xie's big family later, but even so, they still enjoyed many benefits. They originally thought that their lives would change greatly and become better and better, but the sudden appearance of Baiming's army shattered all their fantasies. Now, they had returned to Baiming and became Baiming's people. It was impossible to say that they didn't have any thoughts in their hearts. However, the situation was like this. Facing Baiming's army that was like a wolf and a tiger, what could they do? Were they really going to risk their lives? If that was the case, no one would be able to survive. Rong Xiao acted very quickly. In just 5 days, he received a letter of guarantee written by Baiming's commander, Shi Heng, agreeing to give up the 2 requirements. Shibi didn't act shamelessly after that. He took out the document that he had written long ago. It stated that the 2 cities, Shajing and Jingzhou, would belong to Baiming from now on. They would leave the embrace of Yang Xie, which was also Bugnam of Gojoseon. After receiving the document, Rong Xiao quickly announced it to the world and spread it widely. First city. In Yangxie City, which was the closest city to Shajing City, the army commander, Tiger's Mane, immediately called for a military meeting when he saw the document written by Shibi. They reached a very unified goal, which was to absolutely not let this happen. They had to leave Shajing City and give it to the new Second Army. No. Now, it should be said that the Baiming army was powerful and let them know that betraying Bugnam of Gojoseon would definitely not end well. The one who led the troops was Ma Xiangshan, the commander of the new First Army's light cavalry regiment. As a light cavalry regiment, their advantage was that they were fast enough. They could be described as coming and going like the wind. With such an advantage, even if they encountered danger, they had a great chance to escape. Unfortunately, they went out with a face of anger. However, not long after they left the first city, they met Fang Dingshan, who had been waiting here for a long time. Fang Dingshan led the Liaodong Iron Cavalry, which had expanded to 70,000 people, and set up a formation. It was as if as long as they rushed over, they would kill all of them. Although Ma Xiangshan was very angry, considering the comparison of the forces of both sides and the fact that the Liaodong Iron Cavalry was also an elite cavalry force, in the end, his rationality prevailed over the anger in his heart. He had to order the army to retreat and return to the first city behind him. Without the external force, Shajing City and Jingzhou City fell into the hands of the Baiming army as they wished. In order to achieve the goal of completely controlling these 2 cities, the Baiming commander Shi Heng, who was now in charge of the security of this area, ordered more than 100,000 Baiming army to enter the 2 cities. In addition, Su Yuan's infantry division was firmly on the side of Baiming. At this moment, the advantage of the military strength fell into the hands of Baiming. After the fall of the 2 cities, especially after the 100,000 Baiming army entered, they were not people who followed the rules. Gradually, there were some incidents of burning and looting. Perhaps it was because their military pay was too low, and there were many good things in the 2 cities. Under the greed, there were many open robberies. In just a single day's time, more than 10 shops were robbed, over 100 women were taken, and several dozen commoners were killed on the streets. Because of this, he was extremely unhappy. He wrote a letter to Commander Shi Heng, expressing the resentment in his heart. Unfortunately, even if Shi Heng personally stepped in, he could only control the situation from worsening. As for the Bai Ming soldiers who robbed and killed before, none of them were punished. Obviously, Bai Ming had used a compromise. They did not want to anger Shi Bi and cause a mutiny among the 3 cavalry divisions of the new Second Army, but they also did not want to hurt the morale of their own soldiers. Naturally, Shi Bi was not happy about this. However, he did not expect that his guard captain, Wu Xiaoyi, would actually ride out of the manor alone in a fit of anger. He charged into the northern Ming military camp in broad daylight and found a few criminals. The northern Ming soldiers who had killed the commoners did not say a word and killed them with a saber. Wu Xiaoyi's actions naturally attracted the anger of the other Bai Ming soldiers. After being surrounded, he was finally captured alive. Then, the matter was reported to Shi Bi. Shi Bi was still living in the city lord's mansion and did not seem to have been stripped of any power. However, when Rong Xiao and Su Yuan appeared here again, their expressions were clearly much more arrogant than before. In the past, they had come to ask for help. However, this time, they came to denounce them, so their aura was naturally different. In the hall, Rong Xiao questioned Shi Bi. He said that because of guard captain Wu Xiaoyi, 4 Bai Ming soldiers had died. This matter had caused the army to be extremely dissatisfied, and an explanation had to be given. Explanation? What explanation? You promised me before that you would not harm the people in the city. What did you do? Guard captain Wu only acted out of indignation. You can say that he was willing to do so. Shi Bi naturally would not allow the other party to criticize him and took the initiative to counterattack. Even if you are dissatisfied, you can't just casually charge into the army camp and kill people. If you don't follow the rules, how can we explain this to the soldiers? Therefore, Wu Xiaoyi must die. Of course, we were also in the wrong before. How about this? General Shi Bi will personally deal with Wu Xiaoyi. This can be considered as us giving you face. Furthermore, we can guarantee that no one will harass the people in the city in the future. Rong Xiao had already thought of what to say. At this moment, he appeared to be awe-inspiring and righteous. However, they did not kill Wu Xiaoyi and instead handed him over to Shi Bi for him to kill. This action was truly too sinister. Hearing this, Shi Bi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. Just as he was about to say something, Rong Xiao spoke again. General Shi, don't forget that we agreed before. If someone rebels, then we have the authority to deal with them. Your guard captain actually charged into our Bai Ming army to kill people. Isn't that no different from a rebellion? Of course, if you can't be ruthless enough to deal with him, then you can hand him over to our army. However, I'm afraid that if we do that, Wu Xiaoyi will suffer even more. Ha! This was a threat. However, Shi Bi could not say anything. Who told Wu Xiaoyi to be so impulsive? In order to prevent the people in the city from being bullied and for the security of the 2 cities to return to peace, Shi Bi had no choice but to agree. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Ha, very good. Shi Bi finally compromised. All of this fell into Rong Xiao's eyes and made him very happy. He believed that once the news of Wu Xiaoyi being killed by Shi Bi spread, this new Second Army commander's authority would be suppressed to the lowest level. At that time, even if he had any disloyalty, he would not be able to stir up any waves. Not long after Rong Xiao left, Wu Xiaoyi was sent to the city lord's manor. Following him was the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, Kang Ji. He knelt on the ground and pleaded with the other guards, namely Shi Bi's personal guards. Chapter 1134. Although Shi Bi couldn't bear all of this, he still issued the order to execute Wu Xiaoyi in the end. The execution was carried out in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Present were Shi Bi, Kang Ji, a group of personal guards, and several supervisors sent by the Bai Ming army. Shi's eyes were filled with tears, and he shouted the word, "kill," in pain. After laughing, Wu Xiaoyi's head fell to the ground. When the news spread out, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone felt that there was no hope for the future. Because of this matter, Shi also developed a grudge with Kang Ji and the other 2 cavalry division commanders. It was said that even if it was his order, the 3 division commanders began to resist. Rong Xiao heard this news in the mansion in the city. Of course, he was very satisfied. He believed that it wouldn't be long before there was internal strife among Shi and the others. That would be the time to deal with these high-level figures. At that time, it would be the time for them to send people to seize the military power. Jing and Jingzhou seemed to have calmed down. As time passed, when the morale of the army and the people's hearts were slack, they would completely belong to Baiming. And for all of this, the 5-star army didn't seem to do anything, especially the first city. It seemed that they couldn't even protect themselves because after dealing with Jing and Jingzhou, hundreds of thousands of Baiming troops began to surround the first city. An even bigger storm seemed to be about to begin. The new, Gandusi area had now been renamed Liaodong by Zhu Qiyu. In the sea town of the Twin City Guard, which was the town that Yang Qindong first came to when he attacked the grassland, it was very lively at the moment. Countless 5-star army came ashore from here. They disguised themselves as Baiming sea soldiers and entered the town with lightning speed. When the 200 Baiming soldiers guarding the town realized that something was wrong, they were already on the chopping block. The army that appeared here was the 5-star army led by Yang Qindong. Moreover, it was the main force of the army. For example, the army that came along this time was the 4th Army Division, the 1st Cavalry Division, and the new army. In addition, there were also 30,000 C-rank soldiers transferred from Korea. The 3 divisions of the 4th Army Division had been deployed from the war against the Japanese Empire, and they were only the first batch. Following closely behind them were even more troops that had retreated from the battlefield of the Japanese Empire. As the vanguard troops, these 3 troops became Yang Qindong's fist forces. Their mission was to open a new passage here that led to the origin city from the outside world. In the past, Liaodong region was part of Baiming's territory. Even if Yang Qindong had any ideas, he would have suppressed them because of the general situation. But now, they had already targeted the new 2nd Army. What was there to hesitate about? It was impolite not to reciprocate. Yang Qindong was not a person who would not retaliate. Compared to other people, he was originally a vengeful person. It was just that many times, the time was not ripe, and some of his ideas had not been formed yet. Looking at Baiming now, Korea and the Japanese Empire had been included in Yang Xie's territory. At this time, Yang Qindong did not have so many concerns. Not to mention, this time, Baiming had provoked him first. Even if he fought back, it could be considered that he had a legitimate reason. Sea Town became Yang Qindong's first gate when he entered this place. It had to be said that Northern Ming was also filled with talents. Furthermore, this place was very close to the coast. It wasn't that no one had considered the possibility of the 5-star army suddenly making a move. Although the probability of this happening was too small in many people's eyes, the nearby city guards still arranged for 200 people to be stationed here. They also prepared enough beacon towers to ensure that if there was an emergency, they would be able to warn the other cities and city guards in advance, giving them enough time to prepare. But obviously, they had miscalculated again. With regards to the situation here, the Yang faction's intelligence department had already investigated thoroughly. They captured Song Yong alive and detained all of the Northern Bright Sea Division so that they could send their army here without attracting any attention. Now it seemed that this first step was right. At least, the Baiming army outside Sea Town had not discovered them yet. Young master, what should we do next? Beta Persei stood beside Yang Qindong with his hand holding the hilt of his sword. There was some excitement on his face. Previously, when they were in the Japanese Empire, they had heard that Baiming had attacked the grassland and surrounded the 2 cities of Shaojing and Jingzhou. It was only because the Japanese Empire's war at that time that they really did not have the spare energy to take care of this place that the Baiming army had been arrogant for a few days. Now that the war in the Japanese Empire had finally ended, it was naturally time for them to take revenge. It could be said that Yang Er and the other warriors were filled with anger when they came here. Their first opponent was only around 200 people, and they had come here in the form of a surprise attack. This number of enemies was really not enough to fight, not enough to look at. Hearing Beta Persei's question, Division Commander Ling Daqiang, Division Commander Tian Hu, and Commander Su He all looked at Yang Qindong with shining eyes. Yang Qindong, who had already changed into a black armor, was now riding on the white dragon, looking into the distance thoughtfully. This was not the first time he had appeared in Sea Town, but compared to before, the pressure on him this time was obviously greater. It was not for anything else, but because his opponent this time was Baiming, the so-called orthodox in the eyes of the world. Even if the great Ming dynasty was divided into two, Baiming's power could not be underestimated. The intelligence department showed that the other side had an army of more than 4 million soldiers, and this was not enough. They were still expanding, and this number alone was not easy to deal with. Not to mention, Yang Qindong still had so many family members and businesses in the capital of Baiming. Perhaps if his business was gone, he could start again, if his money was gone, he could earn it again, but if his family members were gone, then it would be too late for Yang Qindong to regret. Fortunately, Baiming did not seem to have any intention of falling out with Yang Qindong. At least from the intelligence department's information, his family members were not targeted by Baiming, and even his business was still running. Thinking about it, Yang Qindong was not only Baiming's enemy, but also the enemy of the southern Ming dynasty and the kingdom of Waras Yeshen. Moreover, he was so powerful that Baiming had to go all out to fight with him. If both sides suffered heavy losses, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, it would only give their opponent an opportunity. This was also the reason why Baiming did not want to fall out with Yang Qindong. They only wanted to eliminate Yang Xie's forces around them, and then vigorously develop themselves. But even if it was this request, Yang Qindong would not easily agree. The grasslands were not Baiming's sphere of influence to begin with. Everything in the first city was obtained by Yang Qindong and his brothers step by step. Why, seeing that the meat was fat enough, now you want to kill it to satisfy your cravings? How could there be such a good thing in the world? From the moment he appeared here, Yang Qindong was already prepared to fall out with Baiming. The only difference was to what extent he would fall out with them in the end. Now that Beta Persei asked, he naturally would not be polite. He nodded lightly and said, "The next step is naturally to fight. Since someone has snatched 2 of our cities and dealt with one of our armies, then we will return the favor tenfold. Men, bring me the map." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Wei quickly sent the map to Yang Qindong. Then, he pointed to the Shuangqing guards closest to Sea Town and said, "Commander Ling, take your 4th division and set off from here. First, capture this city. Remember, it's best if you don't hurt anyone. Then, follow me to the Terran area." "Yes." The commander of the 4th Division, Ling Daqiang, immediately stood at attention and said with a happy expression. This was equivalent to the first battle, and this was handed over to Ling Feng. This was enough to prove the 6th young master's trust in them. Yang Qindong pointed to many places on the map one after another, then looked at Su He and asked in a deep voice, "Commander Su, from Shuangqing Guards to the west, the Ajulan Guards, the Tun Guards, the Fuyu Guards, the Duoyen Guards, all the way to the Wonan River Guards, as well as a large area in the north. I'll leave it all to you. Do you have the confidence to take them down one by one?" Su He's face was solemn, but his expression showed that he was extremely excited. He immediately stood at attention and said, "Please rest assured, Bugnam of Gojoseon. Our new army promises to complete the mission." "Very good." Yang Qindong nodded in satisfaction. Finally, his gaze fell on Tian Hu and said, "With all the targets of the new army as a front line, this will be your defense area. In short, no reinforcements from Baiming are allowed to set foot here. If one appears, you will defeat it. Do you have a problem?" No problem. Tian Hu promised. As the number 1 cavalry unit, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, their mobility had always been the strongest. They were the most suitable to intercept reinforcements. The 3 capable generals had divided the work. The moment Yang Qindong ordered people to put away the map, he looked forward with bright eyes and said, "Very good. Since that's the case, everyone go and prepare. We will set off in 4 hours. Do not slack off." With the order, Yang Qindong's first initiative to mobilize troops against Baiming officially began. This also meant that Yang Qindong had enough confidence to compete with Baiming for the world. After the end of the naval battle, the land battle officially began. Shuangcheng guards Qianhu Hiying. He was currently resting in his mansion in Shuangcheng. He didn't feel that the war had begun and that he was in danger. This couldn't be blamed on him. Since Baiming began to vigorously develop their military, the status of the soldiers had increased a lot. Especially with the establishment of the Liaodong cavalry, many of the troublemakers in this area were recruited. Without those troublemakers causing trouble, Ying felt that the security was a lot better. Therefore, during this period of time, he was very comfortable as a Qianhu. After dinner, he would hug his new concubine and sleep soundly in the room. It was really a happy thing in the world. It was wonderful. Chapter 1135. But as the saying goes, when a person sits at home, misfortune will come from the heavens. The sky had completely darkened, and the twin city guards, which was not very large, had also sunk into a state of silence. However, outside the He mansion, there was a series of urgent knocks on the door, causing many people in the mansion to be awakened. No matter what, Ying was still a general, so he was still somewhat vigilant. The knocks on the door also woke him up, but the long period of peace did not make him think too much. Instead, he could not help but shout outside. "What's going on? Who's knocking on the door? Why aren't you going to take a look?" Without needing He Ying's orders, the door was already opened. Following that, a military commander rushed into the residence and quickly arrived at He Ying's door. With an urgent voice, he said, "Sir, there's someone knocking on the city gates. The person claims to be Navy General Song Yong. Our brothers are not sure, please make a decision." "Song Yong?" A cry of surprise came from within the room. He Ying had naturally heard of this newly promoted Navy general before. Not only that, he had even seen this person before. But because the difference in status between the two of them was too great, they did not have a deep relationship. Song Yong was here, this made He Ying feel a little confused. No matter what, the other party was a Navy general with 50,000 soldiers. He was just a small Qianhu with 1,120 soldiers. The two of them were on the same level, why would the other party come to his small twin city guards? His heart was filled with confusion, but He Ying did not dare to delay. He hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. When he saw the commander who came to report, he could not help but ask suspiciously, "Is it really General Song who came? Did you see clearly?" "This." "Sir, we are of lowly status, how could we know such a big figure like General Song? We are really not sure, that's why we asked Sir to make a decision," the commander said with a troubled expression. He Ying thought that his words made sense and nodded. Then, he arrogantly raised his head and walked towards the gates of the residence. As he walked, he said, "That's right, with your status, you naturally do not know General Song, but I do. Come, follow me to take a look." Under the admiring gaze of the Zongqi, He Ying left the manor and arrived at the South City Gate under the protection of several bodyguards. At this moment, more than 100 Baiming soldiers had gathered here. They were all in charge of guarding the place. When they heard that a naval general had arrived, they gathered around out of curiosity. After seeing the arrival of the Qianhu, everyone moved aside, allowing He Ying to smoothly walk up to the top of the tower. Then, with the help of the torches downstairs, who else could it be but Song Yong on a horse downstairs? Seeing that it was really Song Yong, He Ying was very surprised. "General Song, didn't you lead the navy to attack the Japanese Empire? Why would he suddenly appear here? Who are you?" Song Yong, who was riding on his horse, asked when he heard someone call out to him. "General Song, I am the Qianhu of the Twin City Guards, Ying." Since there was such an opportunity, Ying naturally wanted to introduce himself. Ying wanted to establish a good relationship, but Song Yong was impatient and shouted, "So it's Qianhu he. But since you know this general, why don't you open the gates? Are you going to refuse to let Shangguan through the gates?" Instead of answering directly, he scolded. Unfortunately, there were people who fell for this trick. For example, Ying was such a person. When he heard Song Yong scolding him, he quickly apologized and said to the soldiers beside him, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and open the gates." Naturally, no one dared to disobey Ying's orders. Soon, there was the sound of the gates being opened. Then, there was the sound of horse hooves, and more black figures entered through the gates. At this moment, Ying had already descended from the tower and was ready to welcome General Song Yong. However, when he descended from the tower, he was greeted with countless guns and arrows. Needless to say, this was the work of the soldiers of the 4th Infantry Division. With someone like Song Yong leading the way, the Twin City Guards did not even need to fire a single shot. Logically speaking, Yang Qindong could have chosen to launch a night attack. With the soldiers of the 4th Infantry Division, climbing up the walls of the Twin City Guards was not a problem. It was just that he didn't want to make a move on the Han people, and he also needed to preserve the 2 city guards. Because this place would become the Yang faction's logistics base for a period of time, a lot of money and food sent from the sea would be temporarily stored here, so in the end, he chose to let Song Yong stand out and make a contribution. Ying was just a small Qianhu. According to the intelligence department, this person bullied the common people all year round and was not a good person. Yang Qindong did not even have the intention to meet him and directly handed him over to the 4th Infantry Division's Ling Daqiang. He has lived here for a long time. He must be very familiar with the situation in Liaodong. Open his mouth and let him know something beneficial to us. Don't worry, 6th young master. A smile flashed across Ling Daqiang's face. After agreeing, he turned around and left. Pass down the order, no soldiers are to disturb the people. At the same time, put up a notice saying that I, Bugnam of Gojoseon, have come. As long as the people here cooperate with us, they can receive money at any time. You can go and do this. Yang Qindong looked at Beta Persei who was following beside him and assigned tasks. Young master, please don't do that. After following Yang Qindong for a long time, Beta Persei knew his young master's feelings for the Han people. He also worked as a logistics division commander for a period of time. Beta Persei was naturally familiar with this small matter. Thus, half an hour later, there were many notices on the walls of the Shuangqing Guard Central City. A large number of people who were originally in a state of panic gathered to watch. Some literate scholars read the notices, and the other people knew that the one who came was King Wunan of Damyang. The reason why they wanted to occupy this place was because when Bugnam of Gojoseon made a move against the Japanese Empire, his rear, the grassland, was attacked by Baiming. Now that the Japanese Empire was dealt with and became a province of the 5-star army, Bugnam of Gojoseon appeared in Liaodong. This time, he came to give those who wanted to deal with him a look. The notice also emphasized that they only wanted to deal with those who opposed them. As for the ordinary people, they would not offend them in the slightest. Once a soldier violated the rules, the people could go to the yamen at any time to report it. Once it was verified, not only would it be dealt with, the person who reported it would also be given a certain amount of silver as a reward. At the end of the notice, it was written, "Next, the 5-star army will send a large number of military supplies here. They will be transported in all directions from the Shuangqing Guard Central City. A lot of labor will be needed. As long as the people are willing to participate, they will be distributed according to their labor. Based on preliminary calculations, a strong man could earn 1 tael of silver after working hard for a day. Even a capable woman could earn half a tael of silver." The notice that was posted quickly attracted a lot of discussion among the people. This was also Yang Qindong's request. He did not want to deceive the people. He wanted them to know what was going on outside and let them participate. This would give rise to a sense of ownership, and in the future, it would be twice the result with half the effort. The notice was written clearly enough, and as expected, it attracted all kinds of discussion among the people. So it was Bugnam of Gojoseon who came. I heard that he loves the people very much, especially us Han people. It seems that there is no need to worry. Yes, Bugnam of Gojoseon treats the people well. With him around, of course we are safe. But it says that Baiming is attacking Bugnam of Gojoseon's forces in the grasslands. What does this mean? Isn't Bugnam of Gojoseon our great Ming dynasty's Bugnam of Gojoseon? An honest-looking man in his 40s scratched his head as he spoke with a confused look on his face. In fact, it was not only this middle-aged man. Many people had the same expression. They lived in the Shuangqing Guard Central City all year round, and because the transportation was not developed, they did not know much about what was going on outside. Fortunately, there were some knowledgeable people in the crowd. They had traveled extensively, so they knew a bit more. Facing this question, they gave an explanation. What do you know? Some of the territories in the grasslands did not originally belong to our great Ming dynasty. That was the world of the Mongol cavalry. Their horses are like the wind, and their people are like ghosts. Wherever they go, they eat people without spitting out their bones. They are still nomads, and other than raising some livestock, they don't know how to do anything else. They don't even have any iron tools. In order to survive, they have set their sights on us, the Han people. They would often rob the Han people stationed there. Other than robbing things, sometimes they would even rob people. That is very abominable. This brother is right. Those Mongol cavalry are very vicious, especially in the recent years. Our great Ming dynasty has allowed them to do whatever they want, causing them to not know how to restrain themselves. Their actions have become even more vicious. I was also fortunate enough to go to the grasslands. I heard that it was because of the appearance of Bugnam of Gojoseon that those Mongol cavalry were defeated. Many grassland tribes were cleaned up because of this, and some were even destroyed. Yes, I went to the Jianzhou Left Guard Central City a while ago. I heard from a friend there that there is a very magnificent city in the grasslands. There are countless Han people there, and they live very comfortably. That was built by Bugnam of Gojoseon. That friend also said that since Bugnam of Gojoseon was in the grasslands, the safety of the Han people was guaranteed. Who knows how many people there have worshipped Bugnam of Gojoseon in their homes, saying that they are thanking him. The few people spoke one after another and quickly told the story to everyone. Most of the Han people who did not know all of this before now knew that Bugnam of Gojoseon was actually so powerful. However, a problem appeared. An old scholar who was literate but had never traveled far asked with a puzzled expression, since Bugnam of Gojoseon is so powerful in the grasslands and has done so many things for our Han people, why is the Baiming imperial court looking for trouble with him? Chapter 1136. Seeing that it was the old scholar who spoke, someone at the side laughed. As expected of a scholar. Don't tell me you think that everyone in the world is a good person just because the books are all good people. Don't you know the phrase, a great achievement alters the emperor? That's right. Bugnam of Gojoseon is so powerful and powerful. How could he not alert the emperor? It's normal for him to take action to suppress them. Haven't all emperors been the same since ancient times? It's a pity that they chose Bugnam of Gojoseon to fight against the Japanese Empire. That's not right. No matter what, Bugnam of Gojoseon took care of the Japanese Empire for the good of the people. Shuangqing wasn't very far from the sea. They were lucky enough to see the appearance of the Japanese bandits a few times. Although the Japanese didn't dare to really attack Baiming with their military strength at that time, they could still attack the periphery. After all, their navy was stronger than Baiming. It could be said that many of the people of Shuangqing had suffered losses at the hands of the pirates. Now that they heard that Bugnam of Gojoseon had completely taken care of them, how could they not be happy? Discussions rose and fell like this. Some things that they did not know before were explained by everyone. Most of the people now understood. They also knew that Bugnam of Gojoseon sent out his troops because he was bullied. Furthermore, Bugnam of Gojoseon treated the Han people very well. After a round of discussion, they finally came to a conclusion. First, there was no need to panic. As long as they did not do anything extreme, Bugnam of Gojoseon would not do anything to them. Second, Bugnam of Gojoseon was in urgent need of labor. If anyone had the idea, they could give it a try. Even if they did not get paid in the end, they would only have wasted a day's effort. It was not a big loss. The people did not necessarily know right from wrong. Their knowledge was limited, and they did not care as much about the ownership of the imperial power as those who benefited from it. Just like what the commoners often said, no matter who became the emperor, they would still be them. There would not be any changes. Not to mention a border city like the Twin Cities Guard. It was impossible for the emperor to come here in his lifetime. He had never even seen it, so how could he talk about feelings? What the commoners really cared about was the benefits that they could obtain. Since the 5-star Army's notice said that as long as they worked for them, they would be able to receive money and the remuneration was so high, why not give it a try? Some of the commoners thought so, but others shook their heads and walked away. Since ancient times, it was impossible to take advantage of the royal family while working for them. Not to mention 1 tael of silver a day, even if it was 2 maces of silver a day, it would still be impossible. Would those officials and soldiers be so kind? Slowly, the crowd dispersed. Most of them were returning home, and only a few of them were heading towards the barracks. All of this fell into the eyes of Long Wei, who was observing everything from afar. When Long Wei saw it, the matter naturally reached Yang Qindong's ears, and he laughed heartily in response. Good, it's done. As long as one commoner is willing to try, there won't be any problems. Shang Yang's reform had gained the trust of the commoners by standing on a tree as a sign. Now, without standing on a tree as a sign, the commoners were willing to give it a try. How could it not work? Once they returned home with the silver, presumably the city would explode. Considering that the Twin Cities Guard was too small, Yang Qindong did not arrange for people to guide public opinion. If a stranger suddenly appeared, not only would their words not be believed, but it would also arouse everyone's vigilance. As a result, he let things develop naturally. Even if no one believed what the notice said, he would still use the method of standing on a tree as a sign to gain everyone's trust. Now, it seemed that there were still some daring people who were willing to try. There was no reason for the matter to not work. This was also the reason why Yang Qindong had set the rewards so high. It must be known that in a place like the Twin Cities Guard, 1 tael of silver could do a lot of things. Striking while the iron was hot, and letting the commoners drink with the golden and silver cups, Yang Qindong said to Long Wei Badaojiang, pass down the order. The soldiers who don't need to be trained will enter the homes of the commoners in the city and chop firewood and water for them. If they can do anything, inform Beta Persei to get some food for them. It was now the 3rd month of spring. In the south, it was already spring and flowers were blooming, but in the north, especially in the Liaodong region, the weather was still very cold. At night, it was common for the temperature to be 10 degrees below zero. From time to time, there would be heavy snow, as if to tell the commoners that winter was not completely over. For example, at noon today, it snowed. Although it was not very heavy, the streets and the courtyards of the commoners' homes were still covered with a layer of white. This gave the 5-star Army a chance to show off. For a time, their figures were everywhere in the city. In the commoners' courtyards, the snow on the streets of the city was quickly swept away, revealing the originally black ground. At night, the commoners who had worked hard for most of the day walked out of the barracks with smiles on their faces. They did not show the slightest bit of exhaustion from working hard for the day. After working for most of the day, many of them had less than 1 tael of silver in their hands. This was because they did not work for a day. If they went early in the morning, they would definitely be able to earn 1 tael of silver. More importantly, working in the barracks, they were even provided with lunch. Although it was not very nutritious, just being able to fill their stomachs was enough. This already made them very satisfied. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like New Year's. These commoners who had received benefits had already decided that they would go to the barracks to work tomorrow morning. Not only that, they would also call their friends to go with them. Everyone should earn money together. Just like this, when these people returned home, the city became lively again. When the white tails of silver were placed in front of everyone, their previous disbelief was swept away. Some people even regretted that they did not give it a try today. Of course, most of them had already decided that they would go to the barracks tomorrow morning. Not to mention 1 tael of silver a day, even half a tael a day was an extremely good thing. Since ancient times, there had been many ways to buy people's hearts, but there were not many that were as simple and straightforward as Yang Qindong's. History had already proven that as long as you were good to the commoners, they would recognize you. It was not impossible for them to even work for you. Just like now, the soldiers worked for the commoners, and the commoners worked for the barracks. In turn, they also received money. Who would object? The twin city guards, who had originally been somewhat nervous because of the city being occupied, quickly calmed down. Not only did they restore their previous order, but everyone was still beaming with joy. They were not affected at all by the fact that winter had not yet left and the weather was still cold. Their smiles seemed to be able to melt the snow. Taking down the twin city guards was only the first step in Yang Qindong's military operation to occupy the entire Liaodong region. Next, his gaze fell on the Yima River guards in the northeast. It was still the same. Song Yong took the lead and came at night. As long as the city gate was opened, everything would be much simpler. All of this was thanks to the Great Ming's official hierarchy. In front of a superior, a lower official generally did not have any authority to speak. As the commander of 50,000 naval troops, Song Yong's position in the military was not low. At least in the entire Liaodong region, there were very few people who could be higher than him. With him going out to open the city gate, it was always successful. The army was at the front, followed by 30,000 North Korean soldiers. Behind them, the commoners of Twin City drove carriages and were responsible for logistics. This reduced the pressure on the army, allowing them to fight forward wholeheartedly. They did not have to think about other things at all. Naturally, they were able to do things with twice the result with half the effort. Yang Qindong's plan went very smoothly. The new army, Su-he, did not hold them back. As soon as they appeared, they quickly took down the defenseless Ajulan guards and Tun guards. Then, they went straight for the Fuyu guards. There was no such thing as an airtight pants. Although the new army's movements were very fast, because of the heavy snow, the warhorses could not display their usual strength. In the end, a portion of the enemy managed to escape. Then, the news spread. The nearby guards finally knew that the 5-star army had appeared in the Liaodong region. When the commander of the Jianzhou left guards, Chindula, received the news that the 5-star army had appeared in the Liaodong region, he turned pale with fright. This was a sudden situation that he did not expect at all. He ordered people to ask for help from the Beiming imperial court while he began to prepare his troops for war. The former Jianzhou left guards had been taught a good lesson by Yang Qindong. The former commander Liang Xian and the former commander Tang Longtian had both died at the hands of the 5-star army. Naturally, he, who had suffered a loss before, was cautious and prepared for battle. He knew the valiant fighting strength of the 5-star army and had seen it more than once. Chindula still had lingering fear in his heart. He was even considering whether or not it was better to directly defend the city. However, the newly appointed commander Tong Long did not think this way. Just by hearing his name, Tong Long knew that he was not a Han person. Instead, he was a combination of the Nuzan clan and Han people. Because of his bloodline, he had shown that he was good at fighting since he was young. After he grew up, he worked hard to perform well. In addition to his family's support, he finally obtained the position of Commander Tong Long. This was a secondary grade 3 military official. Furthermore, Tong Long was still young, not even 30 years old. It could be said that his future was limitless. However, the bad thing was that the position of an official in the Great Ming dynasty depended on seniority. So what if you were capable? Being young was your biggest weakness. Unless you could make a great contribution, you would have to wait if you wanted to be promoted. Some people could even wait for a few years, a decade, or a lifetime. Of course, the young Tong Long did not want to wait any longer. He urgently needed to prove himself. Originally, he was thinking about whether or not he should sign up for the Liaodong Iron Cavalry. After all, that army was now unhindered in the grassland. It was said that even the powerful 5-star army was suppressed in the first city and did not dare to move. An army like this was the place where hot-blooded soldiers like him could realize their ambitions. However, before he could make any decision, the 5-star army actually appeared in the Liaodong region. Chapter 1137. According to the official information, the 5-star army should be at war with the Japanese Empire right now. Why would they appear here? It was a little puzzling. However, Tong Long didn't care that much. He only knew that his opportunity to perform had arrived. After receiving the news, Tong Long first went to look for Commander Chindula and took the initiative to ask for a battle. Unfortunately, he was directly rejected. The reason given by Chindula was that it wasn't the right time to send troops because they couldn't figure out the actual situation of the 5-star army. Tong Long walked out of Chindula's mansion with an unhappy expression and went home angrily. The Tong family's status in the Nuzan tribe was very high. In a place like the Jianzhou left guard, there was basically nothing that they couldn't do once they wanted to do something. Tong Long used the reason that Chindula wanted to suppress him and didn't want him to be promoted as an excuse to ask his family to step forward and put pressure on him. The commander didn't know about this. He was still looking at the map in his study room and worrying. Honestly speaking, Chindula really didn't have the intention to suppress Tong Long. Stopping him from sending troops was really for Tong Long's sake. He had dealt with the 5-star army before and knew how powerful they were. He still remembered how overbearing the 5-star army was when they wanted to open up a transportation route from here. The army was waiting outside for the nearby guards to attack, but no matter who went, didn't they not gain the slightest advantage? Such a powerful opponent wasn't someone that could be easily defeated. Without absolute confidence, it was best to bide one's time and preserve one's strength. The kind-hearted Chindula wanted to preserve his strength. However, the Tong family's strength was really too great. In the afternoon, the influential people in the city came one after another to put pressure on him. These people had a certain amount of prestige in the city. If it was only one or two of them, he wouldn't be afraid. However, with so many of them coming together, even the commander couldn't handle it. He had no choice but to agree to Tong Long's request to send troops. However, he stated that he could only bring 2,000 troops and wanted to test the opponent's strength first. Commander Chindula only gave 2,000 cavalrymen, but Tong Long didn't think much of it. In his opinion, quality was more important than quantity. Therefore, he gladly accepted it. He also used his family's connections to find the men of the Nuzan tribe and gathered another 1,000 men. He even gave them war horses. In this way, 3,000 cavalrymen was already a strong force. After preparing for a day with 3,000 cavalrymen, Tong Long left Jian province's left guard city on the third day and headed north. He wanted to find the 5-star army and give them a head-on blow. He wanted to let them know that there was still a fierce general like him in Liaodong. The last few times the 5-star army appeared here, Tong Long wasn't there. Instead, he was sent by his family to Beiming to study Confucianism. The Nuzan tribe had good foresight. They knew what it meant to learn from others' strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They also knew what it meant to do as the Romans did. If they wanted to live more comfortably under the rule of the Great Ming dynasty and have more power, they had to learn what they liked. It was precisely because he wasn't in Liaodong at that time that all the things about the 5-star army were just legends. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Naturally, Tong Long wasn't afraid of anyone. What he didn't know was that from the moment he walked out of Jian province's left guard city with 3,000 cavalrymen, his every move was under the eyes of the 1st Cavalry Division. After Tian, who received the order from Yang Qindong, he immediately sent out scouts to watch every Baiming guard city in this area. For a big city like Jian Province's left guard city, its geographical location was so crucial and important. Of course, they wouldn't miss it. There were more than 10 scouts outside the city. They were responsible for watching the 4 city gates. Once they made a move, they could immediately report it to the division headquarters. When Tong Long came out with 3,000 cavalrymen, such a mighty formation naturally couldn't escape the eyes of those who were observant. The news was quickly sent to the division commander, Tian Hu. At the foot of an unknown mountain, the division headquarters of the 1st Cavalry Division was built here. What was different from the past was that this time, the mission they received was to stop the enemy. This required them to remain still. Only when they saw the enemy move out would they be able to go out and fight. Therefore, the world's 1st Cavalry Division, which had always been roaming around, had built a temporary division headquarters. It was rare for them to rest and also be used for command. When the news came that 3,000 Baiming cavalrymen had walked out of Jian Province's left guard city, Tian Hu came to the prepared sand table and asked the division headquarters staff officer, which regiment is the closest to Jian Province's left guard city? Division commander, the 4th regiment is stationed nearby. The staff officer, who knew the division's situation like the back of his hand, gave the answer immediately. When Tian Hu heard this, he nodded his head in satisfaction and ordered, "Give the order to Commander Bai Shuang of the 4th Regiment. Tell him to take down this cavalry and make the formation bigger. Let the other guards see that our 5-star army is not to be trifled with." Bai Shuang, who was born in the Baiming capital's Yang Family Academy, was one of Yang Qindong's favorite students. He was chosen by Yang Qindong because of his proficiency in both civil and martial arts. After a period of training in the army, he was transferred to the 1st Cavalry Division as the commander of the 4th Regiment. Although he was Yang Qindong's student, he was still too young. Many people didn't understand why he was appointed. There were many battle sequences in the 5-star army. If it was just for promotion, then he could have gone to any army. Why did he have to go to the world's 1st Cavalry Division? One had to know that this was the cavalry that could fight the best. They could go to the front lines at any time and fight the enemy with their lives. In this kind of army, if one didn't have real strength, relying on one's background wouldn't work. Bai Shuang still came and became the commander. At that time, many people didn't think well of this matter. However, when he started to carry out his duties as the commander, Bai Shuang's performance blinded many people. Not only did he perfectly complete the tasks given by the division headquarters in every battle, but he also did it at a very small cost. Just like that, the 4th Regiment commander Bai Shuang was accepted by everyone and became the backbone of the 1st Cavalry Division. Now that the 1st Cavalry Division's first battle in the Liaodong region was handed over to Bai Shuang, who was proficient in both civil and martial arts, Tian Hu was completely at ease. Now, he just had to wait for the other party to report back. Soon, the order was sent to Bai Shuang through the scouts. When he saw the military order, he immediately ordered the 4th Regiment to gather. At the same time, he sent out scouts to find out the movements of the 3,000 enemy cavalry and the situation of the commander. Yang Qindong had said more than once that only by knowing yourself and the enemy could you fight every battle well. He also said that the commander of an army was extremely important. He often represented the character and fighting strength of an army. If done well, a fierce tiger leading a group of mountain goats could even defeat a group of tigers led by a mountain goat. Tactically, the enemy was valued. Strategically, the enemy was despised. It was about making all the necessary preparations before a battle. Even if the battle was a battle that one was completely confident in, one must still make all the necessary preparations. Only in this way could one achieve the goal of winning every battle and obtain the greatest victory with the smallest cost. Bai Shuang, who admired Yang Qindong very much, naturally regarded these words as the truth. In fact, he had always done this. Before every battle, he would do his best to understand the situation of the opponent. He would understand the opponent's identity, background, and personal strength, including their strengths and weaknesses, etc. It was because of this that he was able to quickly gain the recognition of everyone and become the commander of the 4th Regiment, commander of the 1st Cavalry Division. Fortunately, Yang Xie's intelligence network was very complete. They had done detailed investigations on all the famous people. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand them. Just like when Tong Long led his troops out of the city, some of his information was also sent to Bai Shuang. The scouts who rushed back from the front sent over the information regarding Tong Long. There were a total of 3 pages, so Bai Shuang had a better understanding of his opponent. I didn't expect him to be such a talent. Not only is his strength extraordinary, but he also obtained good results when he was studying in the capital of Baiming. There are actually so many people who admire him. After reading Tong Long's information, Bai Shuang could not help but sigh. The introduction in the information was very detailed. Because of this, Bai Shuang felt a sense of admiration. It would be a waste if such a talent was not only used by his teacher. Didn't Yang Qindong always say that it was easy to obtain 1,000 soldiers, but difficult to find a general? Now that such a suitable person had appeared in front of him, if he did not capture him alive, wouldn't it be a waste? Men, bring me the map. After Bai Shuang had a plan, he made a decision in his heart. Tong Long did not know anything about his situation. As the opponent, the 5-star army had already grasped everything. He was currently leading 3,000 cavalrymen and galloping around. He wanted to find the main force of the 5-star army and then have a decisive battle with them. No one knew the strength of these 3,000 people better than him. Not to mention the 2,000 cavalrymen given by Commander Chindula, their general strength was not bad. For example, the 1,000 Nuzan cavalrymen that were summoned in the end. Which one of them was not proficient in riding a horse? An army like this should be qualified to join the Liaodong Iron Cavalry. Right now, they were only fighting against the 5-star army. He really could not think of any possibility of failure. This was the most elite of the Nuzan cavalrymen. Riding on a tall horse, he continuously galloped for 4 hours. Only when the war horse was a bit tired did he stop and let everyone rest for a while. But what he didn't expect was that just as he stopped and didn't give the order to rest, a group of black crows suddenly appeared on the hillside in front of him. Then, a group of 5-star soldiers also appeared in his line of sight. Look, is that the 5-star army's cavalry? A sharp-eyed person shouted. It seems that they don't have a lot of people. It seems that there are only 300 to 400 of them. An experienced veteran directly shouted out the number of the enemy's forces. Chapter 1138. There was no doubt that the 5-star army was a 5-star army, and they only had 300 to 400 soldiers. At this moment, how could Tong Long be courteous? Joy flashed across his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Brothers, our chance to make a contribution is here. Charge with me. Charge!" The 3,000 cavalry shouted at the same time. Their momentum was extremely shocking. When the iron hooves stomped on the ground, the earth trembled. The 3,000 cavalrymen that rushed over attracted the attention of the hundreds of 5-star soldiers that appeared on the hillside. When they saw the enemy charging over menacingly, they only hesitated for a few breaths before turning around and fleeing. It was obvious that they could see that the strength of both sides was not equal. Under such circumstances, it was not a wise decision to fight. Just like this, one side ran in front while the other chased from behind. The two sides chased after each other. One side desperately tried to escape from the misfortune of being caught while the other desperately tried to make a contribution. On this piece of land, more than 6 hours had passed as they chased after each other. The sky gradually darkened. The 3,000 cavalry from Liaodong were tired after running for an entire day. Seeing that the distance between them and the enemy hadn't closed by a bit, many people advised Tong Long to rest. The general idea was that since they couldn't catch up, it was better to have a good rest. Their brothers were too tired. Although Tong Long really wanted to establish this merit, he was also clear that it would be very difficult to achieve his goal by chasing after them like this. Although he was a bit unhappy, his rationality won over his emotions. In the end, he gave the order for the army to rest. However, he didn't give up and arranged for a few dozen scouts to continue the chase. He believed that if he was tired, the 5-star army wouldn't be any better. This idea was not wrong. When Tong Long and the others had just rested for less than an hour, the scouts rushed back and said that the 5-star corps that they were chasing had stopped after seeing that there was no one chasing after them. They were resting on the main road that was 10 miles ahead. They really are tired. Hearing the scouts' report, Tong Long immediately became spirited. He immediately ordered everyone to stop resting and chase after the enemy. They had only rested for a short period of time. Many people only had the opportunity to drink some water and eat some dry rations. They hadn't officially rested yet. However, no one dared to disobey Tong Long's orders. All of them fell into the trap and continued on their way under the guidance of the scouts. After running for 5 kilometers, they saw a wide, flat road in front of them. Several hundred 5-star army soldiers were resting. It was a pity that their appearance had the effect of startling the enemy. When the two sides were still 4 miles apart, the 5-star army began to flee once again. Chase! Tong Long didn't want to give up just like that, so he continued to spur his horse. Just like that, after a day of rushing, the chase continued for an entire night. Both sides didn't stop to rest, but as a result, their spirits dropped quite a bit. The sky began to brighten, and the 5-star army could be seen more clearly. However, they were still 4 li away, and it was truly hopeless. General, let's take a break. If we continue to chase like this, I'm afraid we'll never be able to catch up. One of the Baihu who sensed that his warhorse's fur was soaked through couldn't help but speak up. With someone taking the lead, very quickly, more and more voices echoed out. Tong Long, who knew that the law couldn't punish too many people, hesitated for a moment. He was prepared to give the order to stop the chase and take a good rest. However, at this moment, another Baihu suddenly shouted, "Look, their speed seems to have slowed down. It seems like they can't hold on any longer." "Ah! Is that so?" It seems like it." "Yes, I can see it too. Their speed seems to have slowed down quite a bit. Compared to our riding skills, it seems like they're still lacking." At this moment, all sorts of discussions began to spread. This was equivalent to giving Tong Long a shot of confidence. He immediately laughed and said, "Good, victory is right in front of us. We can't give up. Now is the time to compete with our willpower. Whoever can persevere the most, victory will belong to them. Everyone, charge with me." Another chase began. Just as everyone wished, the distance between the two sides increased from 4 li to 3 li. At the closest point, it was almost 2 li. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5-star army knew that once they were caught, they would definitely be dead, and had unleashed their potential several times to increase their speed, they would have been caught by now. After a day and a night, it was another day. It wasn't until the afternoon when the sun was about to set that the chasing group arrived at the side of a large mountain. At this point, no matter if they were running or chasing, they had all given it their all. If it wasn't for that trace of willpower still causing trouble, everyone would have stopped long ago. Even so, half of the 3,000 Liaodong cavalrymen had already slowed down. Some of them were even swaying on their horses. It seemed like they would fall asleep as soon as the order to rest was given. Talk talk talk, talk talk talk. Under the setting sun, the sound of armored horses galloping could be heard from the quiet mountain, causing snowflakes to fall from the branches of the trees on the mountain. When Tong Long saw all of this, he turned pale with fright. This kind of sound, this kind of effect, it must be a new cavalry group. If it was his allies, then it would be fine. But if it was the 5-star army, then they would really be in danger. If there were more of them, then these 3,000 people would be thrown here. Sometimes, the more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. Just as Tong Long placed his hopes on the sudden arrival of the cavalry, the bright red flag of the 5-star army appeared. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they were neat and orderly in formation. With one look, one could tell that they were an iron army that had been honing their strength for a long time. Needless to say, they were the soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Division's 4th Regiment. Even the 400 cavalrymen that had been running before were part of them. When they saw the main force arrive, the 5th Battalion commander who was in charge of luring the enemy chuckled. He stood at attention at the front of the group and said, reporting to regiment commander, the 5th Battalion successfully completed the mission of sneaking away from the enemy. They said sneaking away from the enemy and not luring them. This in itself already showed that they did it on purpose. Very good, the 5th Battalion will record this merit. Now go and rest. Leave everything to the other 4 battalions. Bai Shuang said happily. No, please approve. Our 5th Battalion can still fight. Even if our combat strength is weaker, we still have the stamina to capture prisoners. The 5th Battalion commander chuckled and requested to participate in the battle. Approved. You guys will be in charge of the periphery. Clean up the battlefield later. Bai Shuang also laughed out loud as he spoke. Then, he turned around and gave the order. The 4 battalions behind him formed an arrow formation. If everyone was full of energy, Tong Long would still have some confidence in fighting against 2,000 with 3,000. But now, they were exhausted. After running for 2 days and 1 night, they did not even have 2 hours of rest. At this moment, they were afraid that they could not even use 20% of their usual strength. How could they talk about winning the battle? The appearance of the 5-star army caused Tong Long's expression to change drastically. The cavalrymen behind him were all panting with ugly expressions. Get ready, charge! Bai Shuang didn't give them any time to rest. Perhaps this was originally an unfair battle, but this was the result of his plan. It must be said that it was also a part of his strength. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame Tong Long for being too greedy. He always wanted to gain merit. The 4 battalions, totaling 1,600 cavalrymen of the 1st Cavalry Division, charged forward. They were either wielding a saber in one hand and a shield in the other, or wielding a saber in both hands. Just like this, with unstoppable momentum, they charged toward the enemy. By the time they formed several dozen arrow-tipped formations and fiercely pierced into the 3,000 Liaodong cavalry, victory or defeat was already decided. Even if they were in their peak condition, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Now that their strength was less than 20%, how could they fight this battle? Facing the charge of the 1st Cavalry Division, a lot of people wanted to raise their blades to meet them. They could even see the direction of the blades clearly. But because of their lack of strength, they were able to display their weak side in a head-on clash. Some of these cavalrymen who should have been able to fight for a few rounds were knocked off their horses. Some of them fought for 2 rounds, but they were also knocked to the ground because of their lack of strength. Tong Long was worthy of being called a valiant general. Even if he didn't sleep for 2 days and 1 night, and didn't even have a good drink of water, when he really faced the enemy, he still showed his valiant side. Even when he was surrounded by 4 soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Division, he was still able to fight evenly. Tong Long's performance was seen by Bai Shuang. He couldn't help but nod his head. It was rare for the Baiming army to have such a tough general, so he didn't have any plans to give up. This kind of talent must be used by the 6th young master. Get out of the way. I'll fight him. Bai Shuang was itching to fight. Most importantly, he was afraid that his soldiers would really hurt Tong Long, so he personally rode over and stood in front of Tong Long. At this moment, Tong Long was panting heavily. Although he didn't lose in the battle just now, he was actually just using up his strength. He couldn't hold on for long. But his pride still made him persevere. Even when facing Bai Shuang, who was also extraordinary, he didn't show any fear. Who are you? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless generals. Bai Shuang, who was wearing a black cloak, didn't immediately answer Tong Long's question. Instead, he first looked him up and down, then nodded slightly. Not bad. You have a good temperament. Teacher should like you. This kind of question and answer angered Tong Long. He was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the Jian province left guard. Who would dare to look at him like this? It was as if they were admiring an object. This also made him very angry as he said, "Who are you? Tell me your name and I will not kill you." Chapter 1139. Alright, my name is Bai Shuang. I am the commander of the 4th Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division. If you surrender now, you can still live. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Bai Shuang did as the other party wished and reported his name. Then, he looked at the other party with interest. If this person surrendered now, although he could still live, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Tong Long, who was already somewhat exhausted, would naturally not be frightened by Bai Shuang's words. His expression was cold as he said, "Stop talking nonsense. How can a man surrender to others? If you have the ability, then kill me. If you don't, then be killed by me. Take this." Tong Long knew that his stamina could not hold on for much longer. If he did not make a move now, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. After knowing Bai Shuang's name, he immediately made his move. Tong Long was using an extremely sharp saber that looked a little like the weapon used by the Mongolian cavalry when they were roaming the world. It was polished until it shone brightly. When he swung it in the air, because it was fast enough, it actually brought about streaks of white saber intent, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. Just now, Tong Long had used this kind of fearless blade aura to force the 4 elite soldiers of the 1st Heavenly Cavalry Division to be unable to gain the slightest advantage. Bai Shuang used a red cherry blossom spear that was about 2 meters long. The spear technique was passed down from a spear master. After his own research and continuous training, it finally became a unique technique. The spear technique was strong and heavy, but also slightly agile and tricky. With this set of skills, it was difficult to find an opponent in the entire division. Only the division commander Tian who could defeat him with the full strength of his twin blades. In weapons, there was a saying that the longer the weapon, the stronger the weapon, and the shorter the weapon, the more dangerous it was. If Tong Long was at his peak, he would be able to exchange dozens of blows with Bai Shuang. It would be difficult to determine the victor. However, right now, he had used up 80% of his strength. How could he be a match for Bai Shuang who was using his full strength? After exchanging 2 blows, the scimitar fell to the ground. The third blow, the long spear smacked Tong Long's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Tong Long fell to the ground and fainted. Immediately, other soldiers came forward and tied him up tightly. Looking at the opponent that he had knocked out, Bai Shuang nodded lightly. Even though they had only exchanged 2 moves, he could still feel that his opponent's strength was not ordinary and his moves were sharp. "Call the medics over and take a good look at him. We can't let anything happen to him." When Bai Shuang knocked Tong Long to the ground and looked up at the battlefield, the battle was basically over. Apart from a few people who were still resisting, most of the Liaodong cavalry had fallen off their horses. Some had even knelt down and surrendered. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but that he couldn't. Under the conditions of hunger and cold, it was already not easy to ride a horse. If they wanted to fight with a sword, especially when facing a strong opponent, they would not have a good ending. Those who did not want to die simply chose to surrender. 2,000 people against 3,000 people, and only a few dozen of them were injured. None of them died. Looking at the opponent, almost 100 of them were killed, and the rest were all captured. Not a single one escaped. Even their general was captured. This was definitely a great victory. "Commander, although the opponent this time is strong, if we fight them head-on, we won't be afraid of them. We will definitely win." Seeing that the situation was settled, the commander of the 1st Battalion came in front of Bai Shuang and said unhappily, "What? Do you feel that winning like this isn't fair enough? Let me tell you, on the battlefield, as long as you can defeat your opponent, it's fine. As for what method to use, it depends on the benevolent and the wise. If it's possible, it's best to win without fighting. Do you understand?" "No." The commander of the 1st Battalion, who was about to refute, suddenly heard Bai Shuang say, "That's right, what I said just now was taught to me by my teacher." "No, wrong, well said." Once he heard that it was Yang Qindong who said it, the commander of the 1st Battalion did not dare to refute. The commander of the 1st Battalion could still give some opinions to the commander, but in front of Yang Qindong, the creator of Yang Xia, who was like a god of war, he did not have the slightest intention to refute. He knew that the commander of the 1st Battalion would have such a reaction. Bai Shuang laughed in his heart and waved his hand, "Clean up the battlefield well. Take away everything that can be used. Don't leave anything behind." Just like that, Tong Long was captured. Tian, who purposely got someone to spread the news after he found out about the outcome, as if to shock everyone. In an instant, the nearby city guards all knew about it. When they heard that even a fierce general like Tong Long was taken care of by the 5-star army, and that not a single one of the 3,000 cavalry came back to report, everyone was terrified of the 5-star army. The people who originally wanted to send out troops to try their luck all stopped moving and stayed in their own cities like cowards. In this period of time, the news of the 5-star army entering Liaodong had been sent to the northern Ming capital in the form of an urgent dispatch. They had just taken down the 2 cities of Shaojing and Jingzhou and were thinking of expanding their gains and uprooting Yang Qindong's forces in the grasslands. Suddenly, this news was sent to the imperial court and immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Even Emperor Zhu Qiyu was confused. What's going on? Shouldn't Bugnam of Gojoseon be fighting with great General Ashikaga Yoshimasa in the Japanese Empire? For this reason, he had sent Song Yong and 50,000 naval troops to help. How long had it been since the battle ended? How did Bugnam of Gojoseon appear in Liaodong? What's going on? And what about the 50,000 naval troops he had sent out? Where were they now? Why was there no news of them? Could it be that they had been destroyed by Bugnam of Gojoseon? That was 50,000 people, and they were at sea. It wasn't that easy to wipe them all out. Why wasn't there a single warship that reported the news? Countless questions appeared in Zhu Qiyu's mind. This unexpected situation disrupted Zhu Qiyu's plans. Because Shaojing and Jingzhou had been peacefully taken back and he had obtained the 5-star army, Zhu Qiyu was filled with confidence. Who said that Bugnam of Gojoseon was invincible? Didn't he win? Since that was the case, of course, he would continue to work hard to take down Shur City and uproot the 5-star army's forces in the grassland. This idea was quickly approved by the other king of the grassland, Yeshen. On the grassland, Yeshen was really afraid of the 5-star army. At least, every battle ended with his defeat. If he could destroy the 5-star army and replace it with Baiming, it would be great. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could still be a king. Therefore, Zhu Qiyu didn't have to spend much effort to reach an alliance with Yeshen. The two sides agreed that one side would send out 400,000 troops, and the other side would send out 200,000 troops. They would definitely take down Shur City with high walls and drive Yang Xie's forces out of this area. Both sides were mobilizing their troops. After all, it involved an army of 600,000. Just the preparation of food and drink would take some time, not to mention the military supplies. Unexpectedly, something happened in Liaodong so quickly. If it was in the past, Zhu Qiyu wouldn't panic even if Liaodong's predecessor, New Gendusi, was attacked. After all, it was a bitter and cold place in his opinion. Other than being able to ensure the safety of the northern territory, it had no other use. However, it was different now. He had 70,000 Liaodong cavalrymen. They had now become the most elite existence in the Baiming army. They could even scare off the 5-star army. How could such a powerful army, the headquarters of such a powerful army, a place where countless brave warriors could be produced? How could they just watch as it was lost? He couldn't lose Liaodong, and he couldn't let Yang Qindong use this opportunity to open a supply route. Zhu Qiyu immediately ordered a court meeting. He wanted to gather all the officials to discuss a solution to the problem. For this court assembly, in order to achieve the effect of everyone working together, Zhu Qiyu specially allowed all fourth-ranked officials and above to participate. The same went for fourth-ranked generals. In order to maintain balance in the Great Ming dynasty, the status of the generals was usually not very high. Most of them were even regarded as boorish. Sometimes, even a second-rank general's status was not as high as a fourth-rank civil official's. Usually, during the court meeting, there were even fewer opportunities for the generals to participate. This time, Zhu Qiyu intended to raise the status of the generals. From this point alone, it could be seen that Zhu Qiyu was really anxious. The expansion of the court assembly this time had indeed attracted many officials to participate. Just looking down from the dragon throne, it was a sea of black crows and crows. There were more than 200 people. Looking at so many officials below the stage, Zhu Qiyu smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that with so many talented people, he wouldn't be able to defeat a small bugnom of Gojoseon. In his joy, Zhu Qiyu looked at Jining, who was standing to the side, and nodded. The court meeting began. There was no need to talk about the topic. Those who were able to appear here naturally knew what was going on. Thus, from the beginning of the court meeting, there were officials who continuously gave suggestions. Each and every one of them spoke endlessly, as if each of them had thousands of ideas in their hearts. However, if one were to listen carefully, they would discover that most of their words were flattering Zhu Qiyu and flattering her. The general idea was that although the king was strong, how could he dare to face the emperor? As long as the army marched into the Liaodong region, the so-called Wunan Wang, the so-called five-star army, would flee as soon as they heard the news. They would surrender without a fight. At first, Zhu Qiyu was in a good mood. However, the more he listened, the more he found that this wasn't the case. More than an hour had passed, and no one had really come up with any ideas. They were all just saying nice things. Seeing that more and more people would have this opinion if he didn't stop them, Zhu Qiyu couldn't help but cough lightly. Then, he said, "Everyone, we naturally know that a small bugnom of Gojoseon is not to be feared. However, according to your suggestions, how many people should be sent this time, and who should be the commander?" When it came to the specific questions, the noisy court immediately quieted down.